Hey everyone, let me make sure that the microphone is on. Okay. How y'all doing? How are y'all doing? Okay, let me go ahead into this. You guys can hear me. How y'all doing? Um, yeah, we have all heard. If you are, how you doing, optimal? Oh, hey, instincts. How you doing, instincts? I know you are. How you doing? Yeah, excuse my voice. You know how my voice easily goes out. Oh, look, it's so pretty in this picture. Yeah. How y'all doing? Yeah, if you are now understand, although I did a very lengthy live stream yesterday, I still would want y'all to check it out. It's just that my these live streams I do, they're usually on impulse, so I don't really plan or plot them out. They're just really on impulse. So I find myself talking all over the place because there's so many points I can make on that. But I did do a live stream yesterday, letting it be known that I'm going to try to discontinue referring to myself and my people as being Black people. And not for the reasons that, yeah, understand. I have been pro Black all my life. And I love being pro Black. Black is cool to me. However, in me learning more about the Bible and learning more about who we are as Yasharel and how we are supposed to represent. Um, yeah, that's all that this is about. That's all that it's about. Okay, and me also having an understanding of why we have been referred to, or like I said, it was not us being referred to as Black or being called or labeled or tagged as Black people, which is not what we originally called ourselves. It wasn't just about our beautiful melanated skin. That's not what it was. It was something a little more esoteric, and that's what I was trying to explain. Although no, it should not have taken me 6 hours to explain that. But yeah, like I'm saying, I'm not saying that we should refer to ourselves as white people or light people either. That's not what I'm saying. But how can we be a light to the Gentiles if we continue to call ourselves Black people? Okay, when you understand, us being labeled as Black people, that was something a little more esoteric. Do you understand what I'm saying? And the wicked powers that be, understand Ephesians 6:12, and those people who are working for these principalities, they understand this. Okay, we may not. Do you understand what I'm saying? I elaborate in my last live stream. How you doing, Marty Ma? How you doing? Yeah. So, but however, for the sake of us all still being on the same page, since we're so used to talking in black and white, red and blue, so I may still, reference people as black and white and red and yellow, and for the sake of us all understanding, since that's it's habitual and part of our vocabulary. Okay. All right. So bear with me, even though I'm trying to make that transition. All right. And this isn't about shame necessarily. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. This is all just spiritual. That's all it's about. All right. Yeah. But we're going to still, speak anthropologically. We are going to still, in this live stream, speak in terms of black and white, all right? For the sake of us all being on the same page and having the same understanding, all right? So I'm going to still use the terminology. Hey, how you doing, sweetheart Tanya? How y'all doing? Okay. Now, if you are quote unquote, so I may say quote unquote, you may hear me say that. If you are quote unquote Black American, or what Tariq Nasheed would refer to as FBA, Foundational Black American, even though I don't refer to myself as that. Okay. Um, you've probably heard, if you come from a quote unquote Black American family, you've probably heard somebody in your family, like a grandparent or somebody, claim that you was Indian. Okay. You've probably heard this. All right. Hey, cynical. I've definitely heard it. And I'm not saying that they're all lying. I'm not saying that your family's lying to you. But in speaking on my family, and you can only really be lying if you know that you're lying. It's one thing if that's what you were told and that's what you believe. And it's another thing when you're being you know that you're being deceptive, and like for instance with these exoticals, they many of them who claim to be exotical mixed as that, they know that they're lying. Okay, they've been exposed. Many of them, they know that they're BSing. All right, and but they've lied so much that this is what they want to believe. You know, it's almost like they've convinced themselves that because you have these people doing this manifestation where if they say something over and over again, okay, like they could be 4'9" and okay, they're looking in the mirror saying, okay, I'm 6 foot tall, I'm 6 foot tall. So they're like practicing manifestation where they've told themselves where they don't see themselves as lying. Okay, because and there's some people just really want to believe that they're everything but. All right. And it could be understand that's not the case with me. With me saying that I don't believe that we should refer to ourselves as Black people any longer, that is not, understand, that's not the deal with me. With them, it's something purely carnal. It is about them running away from what they see as ugly, what they see as, you know what I'm saying, too dark, too broad, too nappy, too African. You understand? That is the case with them. That's not the case with me. Do you understand? So let's not get it twisted. All right? That is the case with them. But many of us, we have been told, if you come from a quote unquote Black American family, many of us have heard from at least one family member, usually someone older, that you got Indian, your great great grandmother. This is what I always want, because I definitely was told this on being that I was more connected with my mother's side of the family. I definitely heard this from my mother's side of the family. Like I have shown you guys people in my family. I've shown you. Now I can't really show all that like that as easily today because I haven't paid for StreamYard. Okay. In fact, I'm using up my very last minutes up in here. Yeah. So I'm on the little free minutes. That's why I can't give you a little fancy background and all that. But I can do a screen share, but I can't really use the overlay like that. Yeah. Otherwise, I would more easily be able to show you my family. I'm gonna show you my DNA results and all. But yeah, we have all been we've all heard that. Okay. Now my family, like I showed y'all on my mama's side, they are very, very, very dark. My mother was a dark cinnamon woman. She kind of was borderline. Yeah, some could say she was brown skinned, but she could also be referred to as dark skinned. She was a dark cinnamon. It's just that she had a ruddy hue. She actually had what was a ruddy hue, like a Native American, right? Like a more indigenous Native American. Okay, who wasn't light skinned. Okay, my mother did have a ruddy hue, and actually, my mother on of like her siblings, her and a sister that passed away at 2020, 22 years old. They were as light as it got with my mother's siblings. My mother had like about like 9, 10 siblings, but she was as light as it got, as light skinned as it got. Okay, the rest of our family, very, very, rest of my uncles and aunties, my mother's siblings, are very, very dark. Although my grandmother was married twice, or she had two sets, yeah, with two different surnames. But definitely with my mother's siblings, with my grandmother's first family or first children, They were definitely very dark. And I've shown you. I just lost an uncle recently. One of my mother's brothers passed recently. Let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about. Uh, yeah, my uncle just passed recently. Yeah, and that was just last month. I can't say that I knew of him. I know him as well, but uh, yeah. Wait, I'm trying to find this photo, but did he have photos? Where's his photos? Huh. Let's see if he had another page. Let me see. There's one other page. Yeah, my Uncle Willie. Give me a second. So yeah, when I had an auntie that said that we were of Geechee descent, although I don't have any family that I know that originated from Florida, because I always thought Geechee, Florida. Now, I could believe that, but that is not um, what we think of when we think of Native American. Do you understand? Now I could believe that, and that also explains me having the high Africoid percentage matchup in my DNA results. Yeah, my family very very dark skinned. Okay, so with me, yeah, it truly is a recessive trait. All right. However, I got my bigger and broader features like my nose and my lips, and even more so my hair texture from my father's side. So who's to say what side of the family was blacker, whether people are darker but have smaller or narrower features, or whether people might be lighter but have bigger, broader features. Who's to say, my more quote unquote Bantu, if you will, facial features are actually more for my father's side, which is where more like so who's to say what side is more quote unquote Africoid / Negroid than the other? But anyways, we have all heard that. Where's my uncle's trying to, just trying to find some pictures of my uncle. Who just passed. The only one I could find. But yeah, he was a very and that's how, so that's the family that I'm from. Well, I can't find too many pictures of. Let me see. Well, this is the only one. And this picture actually makes him appear lighter. Okay. That's all I guess I could find. Yeah, he just passed away. One of my mother's brothers. Um, yeah, but that actually shows him, yeah, almost even like lighter. Yeah. So that would be him in the wintertime, like, even though that doesn't look like a wintertime picture. Okay. But anyways, that's not what I want to focus on. Yeah. Yeah, we've all heard that. We have all heard. Okay, because you gotta understand. Now, although I like on my mama's side, yeah, they're very very dark skinned. Like my mom's oldest sister who passed away. My mom's also gone. Um, she had like this really really long hair. And another thing that's common in my family, it didn't pass on to me, but or my mother, but a lot of people in my family have slanted cat-like eyes, or eyes with the epicathic fold, or with no or lacking epicathic fold. Eyes that are slanted or cat-like, or mongoloidish looking, if you understand what I'm saying. Okay, yeah, like let's say, compared to like Asia, and that's a lot of black people. A lot. That's something that's very very common. My sister kind of had those eyes. But it didn't. My mother and I and her, yeah, my mother and I were probably and my daughter and stuff, the few people in the family that do not have those eyes. But just about everybody in my family A lot of people in my family have those like mongoloidish looking eyes. And also, my mom, like my mom's oldest sister, who I'd stay with, my auntie. Although she, it's hard. It's hard to find a picture because she would always have her hair pulled back or in a bun. But she had this very, very long hair. Okay, this is what's interesting. In my family, it was like the darker the skin, the longer the hair, and that's true. Like I had cousins, they were dark skin, or my one cousin, that auntie's daughter, she had hair when, yeah, literally where she could sit on it. Now it was hair in the fours, maybe like 4B, 4A or 4B hair, but it was like hair where she could literally sit on it. And so the explanation, understand, although my mother was very pro-black, the rest of her family were not so pro-black. That was just my mama, who sometime in her life, like in the 60s, was hooked up with the Black Panthers in Chicago. And so it made her very different from the rest of my family, who probably loved hearing that. They loved the idea that they could be mixed. They probably loved the idea. But they would swear. They would, there were people in my family would swear that, we got Indian in us. And like that explains my cousins and certain people in the family, like on my mom's side, certain people having this really long hair, right? Yeah, like my mom cousin's hair. One time, I remember her hair would be pressed out, and yeah, she could sit on her hair. Really, I never thought. Yeah, I saw her some years ago, and a couple of years ago, in social media doing wig review videos. I was like, I never thought I'd see the day. Her hair isn't as long as it used to be, and that's by choice. She just cuts it off for whatever reason. Just like how my auntie, no matter what, she would just have her hair pulled back in a bun. And yeah, but that woman, they had a hair that you could just cut it off in no time. Bam! So that did kind of have me and my sister and I feeling in certain ways. Now, I was never bald headed, but when you got cousins that got hair all down their back, it make your hair look like nothing. Even if your hair is past your shoulders, it make your hair look like nothing. But yeah, not to sound like a hater or anything like that. But yeah, the claim was that, okay, this is what I was told. There was Blackfoot Indian. This is what I was told. There was Blackfoot Indian. Okay. Yeah, I was told also Geechee, but that is not, that Geechee is black, quote unquote. Geechee's black. All right. All right, that's not what I think of, with Indian. Yeah. But this is what I always wondered. Okay, why are we always told that? And it's usually with most people, it's Cherokee. That's what you always hear. Cherokee. Now, yes, I do know of like the Black Seminoles. I do know with the Seminoles, but yeah, usually, you hear Cherokee. Now, in my case with my family, the claim was Blackfoot. That was the claim, right? But this is what I got a question though. All right, if that is true, when I think of the pictures that my grandmama had of, family pictures and stuff like her daddy and this and that, how come, where is the photo? Why do I never see the photo of that Native American, that Indian ancestor or family member? Where's their picture? What was their name? Since if we're so convinced that, it was Indian and okay, what was their name? And I'm not saying it's impossible. I said when I look at the shape of my head, that's the only thing that would allude, in the shape of my little Mayan looking, got the shape of a little Mexican woman. That's the only thing that would convince me. But the thing is, I don't mean to be funny. I'm just saying. All right, okay. Can somebody, where is that photo? How many of y'all can say that you have a photo of that native, that Indian? Because when they're thinking Indian, they're thinking the Mongoloidish. They're thinking they're thinking Geronimo. They're not thinking whatever Tariq Nasheed is trying to say. Okay. Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying. But but that's the thing. Optimal instincts. That's what they are thinking. I'm not stupid. You know? And I'm not saying that they're lying, because if this, you're lying if you know that you're lying. It's one thing, if that's what you really believe and that's what you've been taught. Now maybe their parents, but you remember when they started doing those televised DNA results with Henry Louis Gates. And now I know some people saying, "Oh, we got to question that." Well, if we got to question that, then let's question everything. Then why do we only want to question these things when it's convenient for our narrative? But it's understandable, because a lot that we've been told, especially through media, is a lie, or it's been distorted. But you remember when they started doing those DNA, giving them DNA test results, like with Tina Turner, for instance, and because she had been believed and been told that she was Indian, and they just found out, yeah, it's just Caucasian. You only admixture really is Caucasian, and what was said to be, or what is categorized as Native or Indigenous American, it was like a very, very small percentage, you know? And yeah, like I'm saying, okay, and this is another thing. All right. If we have this, if we are indigenous to the Americas, being that we have not really been so much separated from the land. Now you can still separate people from their culture and their original language, but I would think that we would still have some sort of connection. And I'm talking about those of us in the United States, okay? I'm talking about those of us who are of the United States. Okay, I'm not really so much speaking of those Central America, South America, or Mexico. But if if this is the land that we've been on, okay, because especially when I'm talking about these FBAs who they are not considering the Americas, they seem to only draw the line with the United, what has been carved as the United States border, and I don't think I guess they're not including Alaska and Hawaii, but anyways, yeah, all right, they're not considering the Americas, right? Because the way that they just totally discount people of the Caribbean and Latin, South American and Caribbean, they just totally discount them as being tethers. All right, they draw the line. They ended at Texas, and yeah, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, and I think if they had their way, they would pluck out New York, the state of New York. Considering all of the immigrant diversity, they would pluck out the state of New York if they could. And yeah, but yeah, wouldn't you think that we would still have some sort of connection to whatever the original language, like it could be totally understood as being disconnected, being that we're so distant. Well, we're pretty distant from the African continent, so that could be understood, especially over hundreds of years, how we could totally, lose connection with our African native tongue. That can be, or tongues, that could be understood. But being that we've been in this land, okay, I would think that there would be some, just like there are native tribes in the Americas who still have some sort of connection to their native ancestry, to their culture, what food they ate, how they spoke, their spirituality, their religion, And what was that native ancestor? What was their name? If I were to have asked my grandmother, no disrespect, although she's deceased, if I was to ask, okay, well, what was that native ancestor's name? That was Blackfoot Indian. What was their name? Could they tell? Ask your family who says this, and it might be the case with you. That might be the case. But ask your family, do they know of that native ancestor's name? Is there a photo? Why do we never? There's never a photo. There's never a name. You're just told. The only thing you might be told is a tribe. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying that you don't have the ancestry, but the way that it's being, like this is our predominant ancestry now. Okay? Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, this is something that now in social media, I've noticed that it's become popular, like in these last 15, 20 years. Like I said, I've been in YouTube. I've been in social media since like 2001, 2002, and I came in YouTube in 2008. And now in social media, I first started hearing this rhetoric on quote unquote black people, those who are said to be descendants of those who were enslaved in the Americas, who we were taught were taken from the coast of West Africa, the so-called Negro. I first started hearing that we actually were already in the Americas, like what is now the United States. We were already here. Okay. Most of our ancestors were already in America. And we did not come from the continent of Africa. We did now. I've already been taught, and I've learned that us being of Yasharel, that is what I believe, and I can back up what it is that I believe and why it is that I believe that. Okay, all right, and this is something that I have learned now, going way back. But going back to my brother, who initially brought that to my attention when he changed his name and everything back in it happened for him around 86, and he connected with me on that around 88, 89. Okay, that's when it was brought to my attention. So these are things, however, I was able to get more information for myself actually in more recent years. To that I was like, wow, I guess my brother's right. But and I try to back up what it is that I believe with information, receipts, not just what I'm saying, and not just little photos. See, look at this, look at that. I try to give as much information as I can to back up what it is that I believe. All right. Yeah. Now, however, this talk of us being, although I've heard from black people, oh, we got Indian in us, I got Indian ancestry. I've heard that before. However, I didn't hear people, like saying that we were predominantly native, our ancestors, most of our ancestors were actually native to this land. Okay. I first started hearing that being spread, and even people going as far as saying that there weren't slave ships. There wasn't this middle passage of an abundance of people brought from the African continent or from overseas and brought into the United States. It was just a small amount or whatever. That is something I've been hearing in more recent years. Now, that first going back, now, again, I've been in YouTube since 2008. And the first person I heard before these more popular people came along, especially around 2015, 16, that's when you got these channels that they seem to have these connections, like the Sinettas and with the Sinetta crew, with all the people through him. And then there was all the people through Boyce Watkins, which included Cynthia, and then you had, the old Shay Duke Jack. And notice how they all seem to populate YouTube. And they blew up overnight. They would have 10,000, 50,000 subscribers overnight. And they got a lot of traction and exposure in YouTube, it seemed, and on purpose. And they all seem to come around the same time, if you notice. Well, that's when also I learned about, I bet you, if I were to let me look up the brother's channel, Dane Calloway, I bet you. Let's see if I'm wrong. Let me see when he first came to YouTube. Let's see. But I don't know. I don't know if this is his original channel. He might have lost his channel. But considering how many subscribers he got over 500,000 subscribers. But let's see. Let's learn about, where's the about thing? Oh, okay. Yep, 2016. You'll find out that a lot of popular people, okay, they came in Now, I've been here since 2008. I would tell you, I've seen people in here longer than I have been, and they got really polished. Now, I'm not saying that I'm the best channel. Maybe these people just do better video than maybe they just market themselves better in social media. But I'm telling you, there are people I've seen in YouTube, very polished videos, channels, the way they have it set up, their videos, and these people did not blow up and become this popular. Okay, I don't know. I just question it. But let me not sound like a hater. But because for one, there was a person here before Dane Calloway, but even his channel didn't blow up like that. Because the first person that I saw, and I believe in the case of this person, I believe that he was just really, really, this is what he believed. actually before Dane, but I noticed that we all kind of stopped around 15,000 to 20,000 subs, and then they just kind of froze some of us OGs up in here. And they allowed for the people they wanted you to listen to. They allowed for their channels to grow and blow up and get all this exposure. But before Dane Calloway, yeah, because this person, when I had my Ancient Egypt series, which was getting a good amount of views, it was this person right here. This was actually, but see, the thing is now, even if I don't totally agree with this person, what I will say is I don't believe this was a plant. I believe that this was a person this was just really what he believed. I don't have to agree with it. I don't necessarily agree with him, but I believe that that's what this person believed. Whereas some of these really, really popular people, I think that they took some of the rhetoric or some of the beliefs or, some of the information from those of us in YouTube, they took it and blew it up and ran with it. You know what I'm saying? And it may not even be solely what they believe, or I don't know. I just believe that there are certain people, it was intended for them to become more popular. And they want, do you understand what I'm saying? See, like I said, it's one thing if this is what you believe. I don't have to agree with you, and I can express why I disagree with you. But I do believe that this is what this person and certain others up in here, I do believe that this is just what they believe. Okay. And it might be the case with them as an individual. I don't, okay, I don't know what to say. Like in the case of, who's that? Mike TV, but he's questionable the way his content is shifted. But that might be the case with him. Looking at him, he is a rather ambiguous looking person. Of course, I see the quote unquote black or Negro in him, but it's apparent that he is mixed. So that could be the case with him. Do you understand? Having native ancestry. That might I could see that in him. Okay. And don't think it's about light skin being lighter skin. But I'm just saying, I could see that with him. Because if you were mixed with indigenous native, if you were just quote unquote black mixed with indigenous native, I would expect for you to be I wouldn't even expect for you to be light skinned. You know what I'm saying? When I consider how the indigenous, especially when you're considering how far back you're saying that mixing goes. Because there weren't all these light skinned or white skinned Native Americans like you may say today. So it ain't about that. But anyways, yeah, I remember this from when I had my Ancient Egypt series, and it was this person, 1,000 go ahead. I guess that's how you say. Yeah, and he came in my videos and this was when my original channel was doing pretty good with the Ancient Egypt series and everything. And he would post, sharing his, wanting me to check out his videos. Okay. And so he was able, and you see, okay, what's on the home? Okay, DNA hoax, part 2, African Americans ain't African. Now, I have also heard that from certain Hebrew Israelites, the ones who are so quick to denounce we ain't no African booty scratches. Understand, although I acknowledge that we are the descendants of Yasharel, okay, you're not going to hear me talking like that. All right? All right? Because I know that many of our people, because what is Africa? I'm going to explain. That's why I had to do an upload before coming up in here. Yeah, but I believe that this is what this person really believed. I don't believe that this was any sort of plant up in here. Interesting. Let me see. His last video was 6 years ago. Let me see. Does he have any shorts? Any recent shorts? Yeah, what happened to a lot of these people? So I guess they just, or maybe they moved on. They see that YouTube on some BS and they perhaps moved on. I hope he's okay. But yeah, this was the person I originally, but it's something that his last video 6 years ago. But this was the person, and you see he had nearly 20,000 subs. Let me see when this last video, let me just get the exact date. 2019. That's this around this time. Yeah, this is when I lost my original channel. It's just a lot of really funny stuff. And that's when they really started cleaning house. They set up for the replacements around 2016, and they really started cleaning us out because that's when my channel, my main channel, was terminated. That's when they really started. Yeah, in 2019. Isn't it interesting? This person's last video, 2019. Interesting. What's going on in YouTube? What's going on in YouTube? Very interesting. But yeah, so he would show me videos. Yeah, he wanted me to check out his channel, so I checked it out. Yeah, he'd have videos like this, okay, where he would show, and even though it was interesting, I wasn't convinced. Okay, what was the video? Like, yeah, he would show images and compare. Okay, like have you looking at um non-African indigenous people. He'd have like these. He was mainly through the visuals. It was about the visuals with him. And you got to understand, this is before AI technology became, popular in YouTube. So these were like photos. He would take like photos, actual photos, do the little side by side to show, okay, let me find a good one of his, like one of the earlier ones that he showed me. Yeah, somebody lied. I think it was this is like 12 years ago. It would be these. Okay. So he would wait. Oh, this ain't the best example of video. Yeah, because he'd usually do the videos like this. Where they'd be the side by okay. He'd have you like hold on. I got it. I'm trying to, because he had a way of doing his videos with the whole, the side by side. Maybe I need to go to. And yeah, I check it out. I'm always willing to learn if there's something, that you feel you can school me on. Dang it, where's the one where I saw old girl, Lady of Rage? Okay, like I think this is like, yeah, he would do something like this. Okay, he would, like Paul Mooney, and this is someone from the Vanuatu, he'd show some people like of Oceania, like Polynesian people, yeah, and then see, but this is the thing, yeah, okay, I get it, I get it, like okay, so we would be the Black American would be in the center, right? And on one side, he'd have the African, like a Nigerian, and on the other side, he'd have someone Black who was non-African, an indigenous, quote unquote, Black person with more Negroidish features who was not of African descent. Okay, they would be like of Oceania, like Polynesian person, or even one who is said to be indigenous to the Americas. Yeah. And like you're looking like, who does he look like? Paul Moody look like. But see, of course you can't convince me with that because I can also find you a Black American, like in my own family, that looks more like this Nigerian guy. I don't mean no disrespect to 1,000, go ahead. But I can find, okay, so then you remember her from the movie Roots. Olivia Cole, the actress, she was in Roots. So, like, does she look more like this woman of Papua New Guinea? Or does she look more like this Nigerian West African woman? Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Yeah, she may look closer to this woman on the left, but I also know Black American women who look like this woman on the right. You know? See, and this is the funny thing. Then you'll have the exoticals. This is what's interesting with the exoticals. Now, they won't focus on someone like Olivia Cole. They will try to tell you that a black, they only look like the woman on the right. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like the way that we're being limited. They will tell you that the exoticals now, they will claim that if you don't look like the woman on the right, you must be mixed with something else. I know when I will, but I'm going to tell you, I know black American, not necessarily mixed women who look like both the woman on the left and the woman on the right. Okay. I could find someone who looked like her in my family. I'm pretty sure Olivia Cole. Let me see. Olivia Cole, although my mama would be dark, I guess that would be more like my mama, whereas my auntie, my mama's sister, same mama and daddy. Well, no, because my mama's sister would have smaller features. But I'm just saying, I can't find somebody in my family look like both of them. Okay, so saying that this Black American child looked more like the Southeast, the Asian child on the left than on the right. Now, are you gonna tell me that there ain't children, Black American children that look like this child on the right? That's what I'm saying. Like, okay. You see, we could easily do this. We could easily. I got people in my family who are just as dark as that brother. Yes, I do. Y'all think I'm lying. I have shown y'all on the right. Definitely, with the features. Now, I can tell, there are things that I can tell. Yes, the guy on the left, I would be more likely, I could make the distinction between if someone was to tell me to guess which brother was from, let's say, okay, if we just remove Charles S. Dutton's picture in the center, and if you, and you had the brother on the left and the brother on the right, and it was just a picture, and I was asked to guess which one was Black American. Yes, I would assume that the brother on the left. And it's not just about who has darker skin. It's not just about that. I'm looking also at the eyes. I'm looking at, I have an understanding, shape of head and all that stuff. Yes, that is true. But yet and still, you could still find someone that I could do the same thing and find somebody who look like definitely in this case here. Come on. A woman from Fiji, Shirley from What's Happening, Shirley Info, and in Chicago. Come on now. We know someone, just because, see, that's another thing too, because the woman got a fro and Shirley got a fro, and you're not going to see too many Black American women wearing their hair like the woman on the right. Okay, but get this woman a fro, or get this woman some braids that like we would wear. Okay, the woman on the right. You see, this is how you could easily deceive. And I'm not saying that this person was doing that to be deceptive. This is what they believe. This is what they believe. I remember they also had a video on this channel. Why is it that Africans can't grow their hair? I was, even before Tariq Nasheed. And being that, I wasn't trying to beef with this person or nothing. And so they would show like the Jackson 5 and showing that Black Americans can have a full afro, but this is before, and you best believe that's where Tariq Nasheed probably got that hairline, because Tariq Nasheed has copied a lot of, he's a biter. Like, remember when they said that Tariq Nasheed remember it was saying, who was it, the pimp Rosebud said he had met with Tariq Nasheed, he was asking him all these questions almost like he was doing an interview or taking notes or something. Yeah, because Tariq Nasheed kind of come off like a shapeshifter a little bit, Grifters be grifting, shapeshifter shifting. He will shift it so to do that, you got to collect all this data. And because these talking points, I initially, he was 1,000 go ahead. Yeah, he got a video on his channel. I remember a video over here where, and I never like really responded to it. I didn't do no video to counter. I just checked out his channel, but he was floating around, yeah, saying that, yeah, and I noticed they will choose certain African tribes. Now, like for instance, those who are of, like the Kushite, those who are said to be Nilotic, like when you think those of the what is now referred to as the South, those of indigenous South Sudanese descent, yes, they tend to have very hairless bodies, and their hairlines may seem, but you gotta understand, and that's not speaking for every person, okay? That's not speaking for every single person. All right, just like I had noticed with that one ADOS. What's the guy that was with the affiliated with the Golden Sphere? He keeps changing his name, hoping not to get found out, but I know who he is. And I know that him and Exoticas United, they more than likely knew each other before YouTube world. But anyways, yeah. Okay, like these indigenous people of the South Sudan, okay, yes, they tend to have indigenous Nilotic, Hamitic people of the South Sudan. They tend to be taller, have smoother bodies. Okay, and the hairline tend to be, yeah, but that's one group. That's one group, and I'm not saying this to clown anybody, but then you also have like the Beja or Afar people. My husband has hair very much like them. Then you have, the let me go into indigenous. Okay. And don't tell me that this is about, you want to say, oh, well, he's mixed. Mixed with what? Where's the European features? Where's the European cheekbones? Those are not European cheekbones. Those are not Caucasoid eyes. That's not a Caucasoid nose, lips. Okay. There are so many different black groups. Let me tell you. So if this is a woman with a Turkic admixture, then where's the Turkic nose? That's not a Turkic nose. That is not a Roman nose. That's not a Roman nose. That's not a Grecian nose. Y'all know better. If anything, them mixing with the indigenous, quote unquote, black people of the African continent, if anything, that gave them smaller features. Okay? That is not a schnoz. All right? Those are features indigenous. And then it's not just them. Let me go to another group of people of Ethiopia. What's the people I'm thinking of? What's the people? Oh gosh, what's the God? Okay. Then you got these people here. Hold on. Okay, wait, I don't want to show a picture that might show a little. Could be seen as nudity, so I got to be careful. Okay, I'm trying to show y'all the Himba people. They put the red ochre on their bodies, and their hair, they put the mud on there. There's so many different groups. Trying to show these people here. I just don't want to catch something nudity. Because there was something I shared, and it was like just a child with no shirt on, and yeah, they be watching my channel. But yeah, anyways, yeah, they put the. I mean, they're just all these different groups. Even in just the country of Ethiopia alone. Oh my gosh, I think Ethiopia has some of the most diversity. But just in Nigeria alone. And then what was? Hold on. Okay, yeah, and the oh gosh. Okay, what's the name of these women? Okay, the Balantu women, of sub-Saharan Africa. So and now this isn't just mud. This is their hair. Okay. So I could easily, yeah, somebody has a video. So why not use these women for comparison? Or these people for comparison? Yeah, like you have certain groups. This is what's also interesting, like with those of the African continent, you have certain people, with it, you see how low her hairline is? And then you have though, like for instance, people of like Somali, who have more rounded, larger foreheads. Then you have those with short foreheads. You know what I'm saying? And of course, shorter forehead, your hairline will be shorter, or your hairline will be, you understand, lower. How you doing, Philip? So yeah, that's when you're playing, and that. But see, I could easily do a video just showing you what's convenient for my narrative, just showing you the optics that goes. Yeah, okay. Like for instance, with the guy that I was talking about, the one that was, I forgot his name. Black skin is amazing. BSI, he used to go by. I remember he did a video and he was saying that, trying to prove so bad that Black Americans were all just mixed. He was trying to make this statement like we need to be proud of our white and like, and not just our possible white ancestry, but ancestors such as George Washington and and um y'all know what I'm thinking. Oh my gosh, this is what's messing me up. And I experienced this brain fog. Thomas Jefferson. Like, you should be proud if that's your ancestor. Even if they, the way that they became your ancestry is, deviant, RAPE. I'm not saying that's the case with all of us who have, some white ancestry. That isn't always the case, but I'm just saying, even if that is the case, yeah, but he's so stressing that, stressing that. And so I noticed that he used an image of these beautiful women to say that this is how you came up with the Black American woman. He used an image, hold on, and I saw what he was doing. Because then you got those on the side of the exotical goldens or whatever. They are trying to, claim any and everything that they don't see as too blacker or broader or nappier. They're trying to claim that that's got to be mixed, and we ain't, Yeah, so he had, let me see, it was this beautiful image of these beautiful women. First, yeah. Oh boy, where's the image? It's kind of difficult being that I can't share. Well, he had the image of okay, maybe I should just put in melodic. Yeah, these women here. This isn't even first image that he used. What was interesting, yeah, and he said when you take these women here and you mix it with Thomas Jefferson and then some natives, and you come up with voila, you have Beyonce or you have the Black American. And he would always use a more directly mixed, or whether a biracial or a woman who may have more recent non-Black ancestry, like a Beyonce or something. He will always use that as an example, that the primary example, like the majority of Black American women look like Beyonce. And I'm not denying her as quote unquote Black American. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying he would use that as a primary, example with the women, that is, because that's the women obviously that he desire. Yeah. So he would take this image of these beautiful women here, but I'm like, wait a minute, these women, these are women of Sudanese. These are Nilotic women. These anthropologically, they would not be categorized as Negroid. They would be categorized as, by today's anthropological terms, although I do know that Negroid is outdated, they would be categorized as Nilotic. Okay. And I had said something, and before that, guess what? He used women. Hold on. He used and you can't tell me that he didn't know what he was doing. Before that, he used the image of these two girls here, these females here, and saying that, yeah, see, because these people, they're counting on their followers being stupid. And I take it as an insult. You should take this as an insult. You can't tell me that he didn't know when he was typing in that this, when he was looking for these Google images, that it didn't tell him that these are not African girls at all. These are actually females of the Andaman Islands, like of the Jarawa, off India, near India. These are not African women at all. But actually, these, as you can see, these are definitely indigenous women. And for those who say, well, they came out, people will try to claim that they migrated out of the African continent, but they are of a totally different haplogroup. In fact, they are of the same, the men, that is, are of the same haplogroup as the people, I believe, of Taiwan. But you can clearly see that these are quote unquote Black people, anthropologically speaking. But these are not African people. But he used this and saying, okay, this is what he used even before he used the Sudanese people. You take these women, or these are girls here in these cases, but he used this, like this picture. I remember it was like these females here. And then you take the white man, Thomas Jefferson. He would use like Thomas Jefferson. And I'm like thinking, why is he, come on, he's intelligent enough to know where he got these images from. He knows that these are not, he just saw these images. He saw that they were very, very dark skinned, because they want you to believe that, everyone in the African continent is, and I'm not saying that as an insult. No, I understand. I'm just saying how they're trying to limit it. Either we look like this, or we can't look like that, or we can't be too dark, or we can't be too light, or we can't be. You understand what I'm saying? How they, Now, usually I can tell those distinctions. I see the similarities, but I can also, I can use, because I'm also looking at the shape of your head, your body frame, the way your eyes are positioned. I'm looking at all of that prognathism, because I have a better understanding of that. As a person who is an artist, as a person who studied these things, as a person who also taken up in college anthropology, and I've just always been fascinated in such things. Okay. But anyways, now it's interesting, since we're pointing this out, now these are women of Africa, and actually those, like, okay, of the Andaman Island, these may be some of the darkest people on the planet, but they are not of Africa. And they are indigenous. And they're supposedly trying to preserve these people, right? Here's a family. Now, this is an Asian family, not African. Okay. But they could definitely be, like if they were in America, they could definitely mark off the census as Black American if they became American citizens, right? But in showing this, yeah, we had melanated people all over the planet. We had melanated people. And when you understand, as I've shown you, dominant versus recessive traits, and I don't mean to set it up as a versus, these are things that they're going to teach you in school. Since y'all, since we trust the educational system, well, I consider it, but to a degree. But these are things that my professors and instructors taught me in regards to, okay, yeah. Well, I know that curly hair is dominant to straight hair. Dark melanated eyes are dominant to lighter eyes, like brown eyes, brown to black eyes are dominant to blue-green eyes. Curly hair is dominant to straight hair. That's why if you have not noticed, a biracial child, like, okay, they just have, let's say, even if we're talking Black American, you have Black American, one parent, Black American, predominantly Black American, the other parent, white, they could be German. They could have really a white person with really straight, stringy hair. 9 times out of 10, that child is still going to have some pretty curly, coily hair. More likely, it's more likely that they could have hair like 4A hair before they would have 2C hair. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you know with the whole hair categorization. Because curly hair is more dominant. Okay? It's more likely that child is going to have hair like this kid down here, even if the parent has really, really bone straight hair. I'm not saying that it can't happen, but that's it's I'm just saying, being that curly hair, and that's another thing too. You can have curly hair, you can have someone with straighter hair. I'm not saying it's something that's so common, but being that it is a dominant trait, you can. My brother, his wife, they have a child with lighter eyes. And you can see that is their child. Now, sometimes it could be a thing. Hey, Manuela. Oh, nice seeing you here. Yeah, so you got to understand, though. Okay, so listen to some of what he's saying in consideration that, going back to the whole thing on Native Americans. Okay, because you have people going back to that on the whole. Yeah. Oh, goodness, I got all over the place as usual. So yeah, I'm not going to just go by this here argument. See, this guy here, he looks more like this guy to the left, who's not African, than this guy of Nigeria. When I know brothers that look like all 3 of these guys. I know brothers that look like the guy from Nigeria, the Nigerian guy, and this guy, this Asian guy. I know, yeah. As if we couldn't find a picture of somebody that looked like a Black American that looked like this guy of Nigeria. Yeah, see that's where you kind of be a little, it's kind of a little deceptive. But yeah, so these are the pictures. Like, okay, I see this is a thumbnail to a video. They stole our history. And you see a woman here, and yeah, because you see she got pigtails and her hair looks, so So you think Native American, you're looking at, and I'm not saying I don't know this woman. I mean, I believe I believe I may have heard or read the story behind this woman in this picture here. I'm not saying she may be of Choctaw descent. That might be okay, but I'm just saying people are like, oh, see, this is proof. This is proof. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, there's a lot of these. Here's some of the photos that people, yeah, kind of become, yeah, like this here with this book, these publication and this photo here that's been used. And, some people will look and you see, they're not that distant in complexion. Okay, these are some of the photos used. And I'm not saying that these people are not of native, they're not, they don't have ancestry, their predominant ancestry is indigenous to the Americas. I'm not saying that's the case. That could be with these individuals. That could be, but is that the case with quote unquote Black Americans as a whole, and those more specifically of the US? Okay, and they'll use a picture like this. Like, look at how these pictures here, look at how dark this woman's skin is. She has somewhat protruding cheekbones. If this is a woman, yeah. Wait, is that a woman on the right? Or I'm assuming this is a boy on the left. Looking at the boy's face. I see a little prominentism. Look kind of, he has dark skin, but he has straight hair, and he has his hair adorned as a Native American. So it's apparent that this is a Native American kid, but he has the face of your little cousin or your son, So people are using these images. Okay, like here's another image of a rather dark, even though this is a black and white photo, you can see that this is not a light-skinned person. This person appears to be brown to black skin, although I understand how black and white photos can sometimes be deceptive, but I would assume that this is a brown to black skin person, a person with rather dark skin. He also appears to have, features that are common to a lot of black people, like the protruding cheekbones. He has facial prominentism in the mouth, protrusion in the mouth. Okay, yeah, I definitely see similarities. I can see the similarities. Look at how dark these natives look. Well, let me tell you, I don't believe that the indigenous, those who we commonly see as Native Americans, I don't believe that they were light skinned. I'm not saying that there weren't those who didn't have light skin, but for the most part, yeah, they were darker skinned. They were referred to as red people. This is also what I say in talking about Esau or King David being described as ruddy. What did ruddy mean? Remember in the movie, in the cartoon, the Disney animation Peter Pan, they had what makes the Indian red, even though that's a offensive song, and you even had in your crayons Indian red. When David was referred to as ruddy, red skin, just like in the case of Esau being described as red, does that mean pink as in white skin? No. Ruddy is brown. You look up ruddy duck, ruddy horse, ruddy red. Brown is in the red family. The color brown is in the red. You need, ruddy animals. Basically, yeah, like you see here, ruddy animals, whether it's a ruddy duck, ruddy mongoose, ruddy cow, it's brown, like with, reddish hue. Brown, like mahogany. This is a ruddy cow. See, okay, ruddy cat, brown. That's what ruddy is. That's what ruddy, red as in brown. Ruddy frog, brown. See? Brown. Think like mahogany. Think like copper. That's what ruddy is. The Messiah, some translations, when they say he had feet of brass, some translations say feet of bronze. burnt in a furnace, like bronze. My mother definitely had a dark cinnamon hue. Yeah, see, ruddy frog, ruddy cow. Did I already go there? Did I already go there? Like the red cow, the red heifer, ruddy horse. So if you remember in Peter Pan, or what makes the red man red? Now, yeah, this was an offensive. If you notice, they never depicted Native Americans as having like this light skin. Okay. The indigenous natives of the Americas were obviously definitely swarthier than even your typical biracial. They were obviously had dark skin. I'm assuming, being that they were referred to as red people, with a ruddier hue. Like a dark skin, like much like how my mama was. I've shown y'all a picture of my mother. That's ruddy. Now they'll try to make you think that, oh, ruddy means like, no, this is pink. This is just a case. This is ruddy. Okay, this is ruddy. See, this is a ruddy. Yeah, they'll now try to make you think pink. Now, some people think like Esau, what if he was light skinned, or like in the case of Malcolm X? Maybe. But I think that this is what they meant, because I can show you also different translations. There's certain biblical translations that use the term brown instead of ruddy. What was that translation? Which translation was that I had found? An older translation. Yeah, but more than like this is Native American, okay? So they were dark people. Because guess what? I believe that, your typical Native American, now I don't know what exactly this brother's background, but I'm going to assume that your typical Native American was around this complexion. Your typical indigenous Native American was around this complexion. But guess what? You had black people. I just talked on this. And see, that's the thing. Tariq Nasheed, he listens to what those of us underground are saying. And he takes what we'll say and the information that we do the research on and present, but he'll flip it for his own narrative. I believe that you have plants here who are on behalf of the Republican Party, or and understand, I'm not with any political affiliation. But I believe, and if it is true, if what Morris World TV Tariq Nasheed said, being that he went to court with Tariq Nasheed, he said that one of Tariq Nasheed's lawyers or attorneys, this is what he claimed, he found out in doing his research, was a Fox affiliate. So, that makes sense. Because when you think about it, Tariq Nasheed was earlier on doing interviews just like Cynthia G with Jesse Lee Peterson. Now, why of all the people in social media with Jesse Lee Peterson, not to say that he was a big shot, but what would make him interested in interviewing these people, especially like somebody like Cynthia G, of all the people that's in social media? That tell me that they had these people already linked, and they have been plans. Because like I said, I told y'all that this was happening. They're looking for reasons to go into and war with these supposedly Islamic nations, like what they're going to claim in West Africa. Didn't I tell you they're going to be trying to go in it where they're going? I believe that they want y'all to be as loyal to and patriotic, and they want you. See, when they say they not like us, they talking about not like United States. They want you to be loyal to this country, loyal enough where your young men and women will be willing to go fight against those in African nations that look just like your mama, your daddy, your son, your brother. Okay? That's what I believe this whole FBA agenda is more so about. All right? So that you can support whatever plans they have against the Sahel Alliance or these nations. So they have to have you believing that you have absolutely no connection with them. But anyways, getting back on what I was saying, and if I see any signs of FBA rhetoric that is not, productive, if anybody leave a post or come up in here, oh, you sound like a tether, mustard tether, a bushmeat, cheetah pea, and all that silly stuff, it will be removed. Letting you know that right now. But anyways, because I know because I believe that some of these are also bots. But anyways, yeah, the thing is, okay, people are claiming they'll use these images, right? Let me delete some of these tabs I have open. See, they bet on us being stupid. And so they'll, use these images. Yeah, see, don't they look like you? Don't they look similar? Okay, and I'm not saying, I don't know what this woman, like in the case of Virginia Loving, the Loving, she claimed that she was Native. She didn't actually claim Black like that. She claimed that she was Native. Maybe that was the case with her. That could have been the case. She didn't, exactly claim Black, even though she was still seen as Black, but she claimed that she was Native. That could have been the case with her. That could have been the case. I don't believe that the indigenous natives were this light-skinned, but, I would see Caucasian DNA. She just looked like, the typical kind of black-white mixture, maybe some native in there. But I don't know. That could have been the case with her. I'm talking in general. So don't think that I'm saying because your parents may have told you or this is what your family told you. Don't say that I'm saying that you're lying. Okay? I think that my family, well, I'm not saying that my family was lying, but I don't think that my grandmother was right. Or whoever that was that came from. I don't think they were, I'm speaking for certain people in my family who was trying to make that claim. Now, no, they wouldn't say that we had nothing to do with Africa. That's a newer narrative. They were just claiming that, oh, we got Indian in us. And I'm like, okay, well, where? Because let me show you my DNA. I can't show you, it'd be foolish to show my name. I ain't got no shame. Ain't nothing I'm worried about. But I've shown you this. This is the update. Last time updated, I believe in October of 2025. But, from Ancestry.com, as you can see here, what's on top? That's another thing too. But maybe I'll come back to this. All right? Yeah, but I have to show you because I asked my brother, okay, where is the native? Where is the native? Now, the only other person who took the DNA test, my niece Tasha, and for those who don't know, and her brother in my immediate family that I know of. Now, Tasha and her brother, I have to mention this, them happening to be biracial, but even in their case, very, very, very little. I actually have more Anglo-Saxon DNA than Tasha. All of her non-Black DNA, it is totally like with the Balkan, like those countries surrounding Russia that were once in affiliation with the USSR. I'll just put it that way. Okay. So that just go to show how Black the Black side of my family is. And as you can see, I'm 95, I'm matched up 95%, quote unquote, Black. And all of that Blackness is matched up with Sub-Saharan West Africa. And I'm not saying that this is where, because I know our people, I'm not saying that these aren't people of Yasharel, however. Do you understand what I'm saying? because we also have to consider there's ancient DNA. They are just going to match you up. Yeah. See, that's it. All that is non-black is 3% Central Scotland, Northern Ireland, 1% Finland, and 1% Southern Greece. That's it. The rest, all of this, is sub-Saharan, as you can see here, sub-Saharan Africa. All of this, all of that. Okay, Nigeria, of course, as expected, being on top. Is that a coincidence that that's the case with a lot? Are we going to just totally overlook DNA, Tariq Nasheed? But anyways, I'm going to get back to that. I want to get back to that because, okay, so they'll use images like this. Yeah, this female here, like on the right, she looks pretty. Yeah, pretty dark skin. These people are rather dark skin. I know some people who share features with both of these people. Yeah, they'll use these images. See the similarities? Oh, yeah. And another one also, of course, with the Olmec heads. Like you see here, this is in Instagram, and it says somebody shared this, and a woman posted, the Olmec people did not disappear. We are still here. Now, for those who don't know, like with the Olmec heads, the Olmec colossal heads, giving you a wiki quickie, they're representations of human heads sculpted from large basalt boulders. Yeah. And they were, now the heads, they date from at least 900 BCE. So that's ancient time, and are a distinctive feature, that's if you trust, carbon dating and all. And they are a distinctive feature of the Olmec civilization of ancient Mesoamerica, like in Mexico, Central America. Okay. Yeah. All right. So definitely when you look at features like that, those are far from Caucasian, far from Caucasian, being that the nose is, the nasal bridge flat and wide. Now I understand that sometimes, in art can be stylized. Like there's a manner that they would depict the ancient Egyptians, and we know that they all didn't look like that. But there's just like when you look at Russian iconography, there's a stylized or kind of caricature like way that they would depict people. Like nobody has a nose like that. Nobody has a. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I can understand that. Some people say maybe this is just a stylized way of, but I find it very hard to believe, if these people, why would they use such a caricature or stylization? So to some degree, this had to represent, even and look at the detail in the lips and all. And this is typically how the Olmec heads would look, right? Yeah, why they all have these rather wide noses, these lips that are definitely defined and protruding. I see a little facial prognathism even. Okay. Yeah, and if it dates back to 900 BCE, then that's pretty ancient. That's definitely long before 1492. That's for sure. All right, we can say, yeah, black people, right? Yeah, they are black people. But see, this is the thing. Were they us though? We know that. We got to understand that, as I've said over and over, and I was the one initially bringing to your attention with the Benjamin Franklin. Hold on. Remember, let's read this once again. Okay, this is from Correspondence and Miscellaneous Writings. These are the writings of Benjamin Franklin from the time period, from the dating it from like 1735 to 1753. And you could find this. You can find this for yourself. Okay, they can't deny this. All right. Now the publishing, J.P. Putnam Son, the Knickerbocker Press. But these are his writings. And it is publishing from 1904, but this is his writings going back, and I can find older sources with this. Okay, but taking it from this source here, now on page 349, We'll go to 349. Some of the Palestine book. Now, understand, Benjamin Franklin, like I said, I was always taught that Benjamin Franklin, when I was a kid in school, they almost made it like Benjamin Franklin was an abolitionist. Like he was against slavery. But then it didn't make sense to me. But then I realized it wasn't about him having pity or sympathy of any sort for, the quote unquote blacks who were enslaved in what became the United States. It was just he didn't want more Africans brought to this country because he was worried about white people being, what he saw as pure white, being outnumbered. Okay, that's all it was about. All right. So he's saying here, why should, on page 349, why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, understand he's referring to the English, the Anglos at this time, he's talking about white people, the English. Now they're referring to, people of Britain as the English or Anglos, English coming from angel English. They saw as the pure white or of the pure white. Okay, why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens or foreigners who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us? Isn't this interesting? He's making a distinction between the Germans and the English, and I don't think almost like they're a distinct race, not just a distinct culture, but like they're a separate race. That's what's interesting. Now understand, this is not even 300 years ago. This is like what, maybe 275 years, not even 300 years ago. This is what Benjamin Franklin is saying. Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our anglifying, like angel, anglifying them, and will never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion? He's saying that just as they can't as easily adopt our language and culture, neither can they adopt our complexion. And I know you're like, what? That doesn't make sense. Germans? Who were the Palatine? Germany? What? He's talking about German and English not sharing the same complexion? Usually when you think of Germans, you think of even whiter white people. You think of the whitest of white people. When you think of Germans and Swedish, and you think of the whitest of white people, don't you? But anyways, so that tell you that once upon a time, the people in Germany may have looked quite different. Which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world, so he's talking about race, not just culture and ethnicity, again. Which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. All of Africa is black or tawny. Now, tawny is, I guess, like kind of like my complexion or brown skin, think, tawny, think, think the Khoisan people of Namibia, okay? Okay, all Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so, and America exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. Now, I don't know exactly what you mean by that. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. So they're saying Germans are also swarthy. The Saxons only accepted. Now, by this time, once upon a time, though, the Saxons look different. But by this time, which wasn't even 300 years ago, he's saying the Saxons, they're the only people of Germany that are, I guess, white skin. So he's saying the Saxons only accepted who, with the English, make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. So he's saying that at that time, and understand, unlike others, Benjamin Franklin had the money, he could travel. Okay, he was able to travel and let them know how people look in different places. So and of course we know Benjamin Franklin was a traveling man. Wink, wink. Okay, Hell's Club, anyone? Wink, wink. So, he could tell them how people look in different, obviously he had been to these different lands. So he knew how they were looking. So why would he say that they were, and for those who don't know, just in case you don't know, swarthy means dark skin, okay? Of a dark color, complexion, or cast. No, Schwartz, swarthy, like like in Yiddish slang or whatever, they call it their N word is Schwartz, something like that. That's like their way of saying the N word. Yes, Schwartz, nigga, black. Even though they'll change it now, they'll say, well, actually, the nigga means, yeah, Schwarzenegger. If you were Arnold Schwarzenegger daddy, despite his Nazi affiliation, more than likely, Arnold Schwarzenegger's daddy may have been one of these descendants, Yeah, they say Palatine Boar, derogatory phrase used by Benjamin Franklin in 1751 to describe German immigrants from the Palatine region settling in Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's interesting, called Palatine Boars. Now, how did they look? That's very, very interesting. What's this here? Hold on. Very interesting. How did the Palatine Boars look? Okay, I don't know if this is coin official. What's this here? Is this okay? This is from a museum, Historisches Museum Basel. The elector Johann George of Brandenburg and his wife Elizabeth von Anhalt. So this man and his wife. There is kind of a contrast in complexion here. So how did the original descendants of Ashkenaz, who was a descendant of Japheth, how did they actually look? How did the indigenous Ashkenaz people, descendants of Japheth, look? Okay, like what I've shown y'all, if you know of the publication in the 1950s, Nature Knows No Color Line, I was able to find the PDF. I think you guys can find it too. But like when he was showing the crest of Germany and all of that in this publication, J.A. Rogers, showing you like crest of Germany, and you're seeing all these Moorish heads. I'm trying to find more specifically. Okay, see, like right here, it's the images. Now, trust me, they're not going to depict slaves like this. Slaves, this says Central Europe, they're not going to be depicted in such a manner. You best believe there were swarthy people. Now, maybe he just meant swarthy as in darker than. Like you could describe someone like an Italian being swarthy in comparison to that Swedish person, or that Dutch person. Yeah, you could say that. But swarthy, when you're speaking swarthy, describing someone swarthy in general, you're saying dark skin. Yeah, you can find this book. And not only will you find people with darker hair, you're going to find people darker hair, darker skin, coily hair, protruding lips, wide broad noses even. Let me see. I'm trying to find more specifically. The images. Oh, somebody got a video, where they actually possessed the book. Now, me, I was able to check it out on PDF. I was so elated when I was able to find it. But it looks like someone is gracious enough to perhaps show. Hasbro, coat of arms. Well, Turkey. Yeah, understand. Okay. I don't know. I'm seeing a video here, so I can't say I remember all these pages. Yeah, I remember these pages. Okay, it's not quite what I was looking for. But yeah. So going back to what Benjamin Franklin was saying, oh gosh, I got too many tabs open. Once again, I've lost. Got too many tabs open. I got this so unorganized. Yeah, that's why I just need to just stick to doing videos because I get it all over the place. But I'd like to back up what it is that I believe and not just with a I say so. Because even though Tariq Nasheed, that's really how he's become. This is because I say so. He's not really backing up what he believes like that. But he's counting on his audience to not care. He's gonna probably make this whole new this hidden colors is gonna be totally AI, and he's not really citing sources or really backing up his information. See, I could easily take some visuals and say, see, this proves. But see, I'm gonna also show you DNA. I'm gonna also, you understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna go to old, I'm gonna like when I did my Ancient Egypt series, it would have been easy for me to just take some pictures of convenient pictures of the ancient Egyptians, artistic renderings, busts, reliefs, paintings, sculptures, statues that, I could have just shown you the ones that look similar to quote unquote Black people and made my claim and rested at that. But see, someone Caucasian, they could easily do that. Okay, like they could try to take the Nefertiti bust and say, well, see, this is you understand what I'm saying? But see, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take it further. I'm going to show you that I provided the information, which Tariq Nasheed took from my video, I believe, and put in his Hidden Colors 4, where I broke down and showed y'all that the Nefertiti, giving y'all information on the Nefertiti bust more than likely being a fake and a fraud. So I'm going to take it further. And then I'm going to also, am I going to show you these and show you the images to give you the visuals so you can make the comparison. Because a Caucasian person could probably do the same thing. They could take a mummy or something that's from the Ptolemaic era. They could probably find, like a bust where the nose is looking rather protruding and narrow and try to make that same claim. But see, I'm going to also come, like in part 8, I gave you the DNA evidence. Okay. I gave you also a skeletal analysis of various mummies, not just any mummy, but mummies of pharaohs and rulers. I gave you DNA. I gave you skeletal analysis. I gave you cranial indices. I did the cross-section hair trichometry. I also gave you the information, not just from a Matilda's blog, but I go to the more ancient or older sources. What did Herodotus say? What did Pliny say? Do you understand what I'm saying? How were they described in ancient times? Okay, so hold on. I got so many tabs open that I'm thing is, I just do better at doing videos because otherwise I'm all over the place. So, I mean, I'm just showing you here that the point is that, yeah, you had Black people all over the planet. You had melanated people. See, now when we look at the globe and we examine and look at the globe and, we think that the majority of people have skin like my complexion and lighter. But that, there's been a dilution process all over the planet. You're going to know that the majority of people said, are mixed, if we're gonna put it like that. Like they say, oh well, mixed people are gonna take over, and that's already the case. I believe that the majority of people in Asia, the majority of people, they are not indigenous. They're not. I don't believe the indigenous people of Asia had the whiter skin that you may see today. I don't believe that. Okay? Yeah, like, okay. The indigenous people, despite what you may see on a reservation today, you may see a lot of people who are like lighter than myself on a reservation today claiming that they're Indian. And I'm not saying that that's not their predominant ancestry, but I believe they're mixed. And I'm not saying that, I debunk this claim that you can't find light people my complexion in Nigeria. They got to be big. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just speaking in general. I'm speaking in general. Okay. In general, like I'm sure that there were people darker than this and people lighter than this, but I'm saying in general. Like I showed y'all a woman of Nigeria, she born in Nigeria. She didn't have any Khoisan in her DNA. She was lighter than myself. And you can see her features and she 100% match up Nigeria. Okay. Born in Nigeria and everything, but she was rather light, and her daughter was also. So sometimes it is a case of recessive traits or traits just being recessive, or not necessarily a mutation now, not necessarily albinoism or vitiligo, but just, recessive. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. That's not a put down. I don't feel put down by that at all. These things happen. Okay. But yeah, you're going to find out that the people, now here's also, you see here this site here, blackpast.org. So people use this. Yeah. Now these are Black Indian freedmen. Also understand there has been some mixing, but these could be, I would definitely believe that this image here, okay, Matthew, what's their name? Matthew and Buck Franklin. Yeah, if you would tell me these were indigenous, I would believe that. I would definitely believe that. And they didn't necessarily have to be mixed with what quote unquote African. I could definitely believe that these are indigenous natives, even if they are not, they obviously assimilated to Western world, dress the way they're looking and choosing to wear their hair and everything and crossing their legs and all. And yeah, they look kind of assimilated. But yeah, I could definitely believe that these are indigenous native people, even if we see them, and yeah, they share, I'm looking at both of them, their faces, and they share some features that look similar. And of course, it's expected that there was some race mixing, some mixing even with the cultures. And that's another thing people are not considering when they show you some of these pictures. Like, do you think that there could have also been, and we do know that there were some, natives, slave owners, all right? But yeah. And as in the case with the Olmec heads, okay? Now, who do I believe? See, this is the thing, though. Yes, we know that there were quote unquote Black people who could be categorized as Black all over this planet. But see, this is the thing. I thought that Tariq Nasheed was about delineation. And what is actually delineation? It does not mean divesting. Delineation. Hold on. Let's get, I just got too many doggone tabs, and it's like I can't find where I was, and I'm all over the doggone place opening all these tabs. But what is actually delineation? What is actually, hold on. What's actually delineation? I gotta close down. Delineation, AI overview, give you a real quick. Delineation is the act of outlining, describing, or portraying something with precision, whether through physical lines, whether you make a map, a sketch, a map, a diagram. Like, okay, I'm going to draw this line and make a distinction, okay? Or make a, yeah, delineation is the act of outlining, describing, or portraying something with precision, whether through physical lines, like with sketches, maps, diagrams, or detailed verbal written description. It refers to both the process of defining boundaries and the final representation, such as a map of a city or a detailed portrait. That's all that delineating means. It doesn't mean you have to sit up in here clowning another group of people and delineating. It doesn't even necessarily mean detaching from. It just means where you're making this clarification. Yeah, you may set a boundary or like draw a line, like when you're making a distinction, but it doesn't mean just as you would do on a map. But it doesn't mean that you got to totally detach or you have to degrade or dehumanize, or you understand what I'm saying, or devalue. That's not what, or even divest. Y'all are just a bunch of divestors, no different than these females who are divesting from black men. Y'all are just some divestors. Delineation is not divesting. And if Tariq Nasheed was truly about delineation or just making the clarification, then why all of a sudden, because listen to what he says here. The reason I'm saying this, listen to what he says here. Okay, I'm sharing this was of Love's World, Real Debates. Yeah, and I notice all these people hopping on the FBA train. I don't know if they're plants or just, with the cloud or whatever. But I got it sped up a little bit. So let's play some of what he's saying.
Hey, beloved, y'all appreciate you. I just wanted to chime in. It's interesting when people try to say they've never heard evidence of black people being in the Americas before Columbus or the slave trade. That's absolutely false, because every time we present the evidence, they just get on some I'm a tether and I say so and just deny it.
That's what you're doing. Notice how now he's generalizing. He's just saying black people. And notice, okay, he's talking like he's talking about the Americas. Any other time he draws, he makes sure to make the delineation between those of the Caribbean, those of Mesoamerica, those of Central America. Because he'll show, is he going to, like when he does his hidden series, is he just going to show you images, photos, actual photos of black people in what is now the United States? Or is he going to show you images of people of Central America, like with the, or Mexico, like with the Olmec heads? Because remember, he totally disregards even those of the Caribbean, the West Indies, Belize, like Central America, South America, Guyana. He totally disregards that. But I bet you when he presents, in presenting his information showing that there were black people in America, he's not going to just focus on, I guarantee you, he is not going to just focus on what is now the United States. If he shows you images, as with his, Hidden Color series, I guarantee you these images, the proof of black people in America, it's going to be more than likely images of people like of Mexico, like the Olmec heads, depictions of people like of South America. Show me some ancient images, depictions, since he makes the delineation, right? He's trying to, he's set the boundary from like the state of Washington to the state of Florida. He set the boundaries, right? How does my I gotta look at it. I was born in the 70s. Yeah, Black American, whatever. Black. I gotta look at it. How you doing, Mr. B Dog? Okay. Now he's saying, this person or whatever, and I believe some of these callers, like all of a sudden, everybody, people from Zambia and Ghana, everybody want to talk to him all of a sudden. You best believe, I believe that these are scripted, these are actors to go along with this narrative. Oh, my show. Okay, thank you, dude.
The evidence, they just get on some, it's absolutely false, because every time we present the evidence, they just get on some, I'm a tether and I say so, and just.
Okay, what's the evidence that you have presented, though? What's the evidence that you have presented? He from what I read on his site, at his site on FBA and what FBA is, he takes it back to sometime in the 16th century. Even though he'll give you a photo, he'll give you the photo, and that's basically because I say so, but he'll give you a photo that's like from, of course, as expected, the early days of photography, like from the 19th century. He won't even show you like an artistic rendering really like that. And I'm talking because he's the one who draws the line at the US borders, what is now the US borders. He's the one who does that. So show me, like I want to see the black folks in Chicago. See, I know about DuSable. Now some people could debate, was he mixed or was he, and even so, even in the case of me being from Chicago, the DuSable. Wasn't he also of Haitian ancestry? Well, anyways.
Deny it. There's plenty of evidence of black people on this land. Mm-hmm. Black people, as the good lady said earlier, we were inhabiting all of the earth. We are the original inhabitants everywhere.
See, now notice how he's being, now it's we all black. We all black. You can't be playing this when convenient. 1 minute they not like us, but then we all black and we inhabit it. I agree. Anthropologically speaking, that's what I set out to do with my Ancient Egypt series that you know about. I know because you took, to help you out with Hidden Colors Part 4. So I know that, I set out to prove that the ancient Egyptians could be anthropologically categorized as quote unquote black and even Negroid, even if that's an outdated term. Okay, that's what I set out to prove. All right, so I know this. However, I ended the series letting it be known that I do not believe that we are of the same people. If you are just talking anthropological categories as in race and how they have categorized, even though that has changed up over time, because once upon a time, they put us all in the category of Ethiop, going back to Blumenbach. But now notice over time, they separated like Nilotic from Negro, from Khoisan, from Kushite. They made all these little distinctions, Hamitic. Yeah. When once upon a time, Blumenbach just referred to us all as, we've been referred to as Ethiop, Moor, it changes over time. Now they're trying to black, to colored, Negro, black, African American. Now they're trying to, at least with Tariq Nasheed and YouTube with the FBA. We've been many bywords, as we know, and these things change up when convenient. But yeah, the thing is, now notice how he's talking in general, black people, black all over the world. But the way that they have been talking on their channel, you would think that those who they refer to as tethers aren't even what they consider black. That's the way they've really been talking. So, okay, we know. See, this is the point. We know that there were melanated people, as I show you guys. We know this. But does that mean that they were us? Now, how do we make the distinction? Like, okay, for instance, with the Olmec heads. Okay, I can't really so easily share. Now, I'm going to tell you, I have my theory when it comes to, let me share with you what I got. When it comes to Excuse me if y'all hear my stomach talking, holding conversations with me. Okay. Now, who are these people? Are these people Native Americans? Indigenous, the ones that we, usually think of when we think of Native Americans? Actually, these are people, cat people. These are old photos, obviously. This is not AI. These are people, indigenous people of Siberia or Eastern Russia. Look, there's a TP and everything. Now, I believe those who we usually, and even though, and that's another thing too. So that debunks like I said, the whole vitamin D theory in regards to white skin and, sunlight absorption in relation to vitamin D, blah, 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 blah. Because if you look up where is the coldest place for humans to inhabit, it's going to be Eastern Russia. Okay, or what was referred to, Siberia. I do believe that many of those that, are, that we typically refer to as Native American, I believe that many of them have ancestry, with the indigenous people of Russia, the indigenous people of Russia now. And I believe that the indigenous people of Russia, like I said, black and white photos, they can be deceptive. But if you notice, even though they come from like the coldest part where people are able to inhabit, where they get degrees below like 30 degrees, you can find videos on this. Now, many of them now today have rather whiter skin, but it is apparent that these people were what one time had darker skin. Even, black and white photos, again, they can be kind of deceptive, especially old black and white photos, but I can still tell that these people were a little darker skin. Even if not so dark, I could tell that once upon a time, even though you look at them today, like my husband was we were just watching videos on places people live that are really cold, really hot, we're just interested in that stuff. And we were looking at, what the Yakuts are they called? Yeah. I mean, in Yakuts, Eastern Russia, what was Siberia? Like, yeah, like it's crazy. Like you could like really kill somebody throwing them an egg at their head because it will be frozen. And yeah, like we complain when it's like 5 degrees or 5 below, but they're like dealing with temperatures of 35 below. And being that these are cold, that's why they have this really bone straight, really straight hair. Because, with the hair that has more layers, where the hair shaft is round or kidney shaped, rounded, has more elasticity and more layers that can hold more moisture, and it can hair that can sit flat on the head and insulate their heads. Yeah, and I believe that these are ancestors or their people, the indigenous people of this area, are some of the primary ancestors to a lot of those who we see of Native America. So yeah, these are cat people of Siberia. They would kind of put them in a mongoloid category, racially speaking. Now today, many of them look lighter, like this. Well, this is, let me see, a Siberian Nane family. Perhaps a different, but still of Siberia. Yeah, many of them, they've gotten lighter, but yeah, these are of the cat people. You can't find as many that are dark like this today. These are old photos. Okay, now these are some Siberian people, not necessarily of the cat people. But yeah, you'll notice that they were in teepees. There are certain similarities. There are certain similarities. Now, who do I believe these people are when it comes to biblical? Yeah, now it's interesting that this is a Turuk. Let me see. Let me see what this. Yeah, now who are these people biblically? I'm not totally sure. That's why I needed to work on, I was supposed to a long time ago work on breaking down each haplogroup. give me a better understanding. Um, I am going to assume that these are people, descendants perhaps of, Japheth, combined with descendants. I believe that they may also have some Canaanite ancestry. Okay. These pictures, they're old, but they're not that long ago. But think, if this is how many of them look, like, let's say, now this picture is said to be from 1906. How do you think they look in 1506? Or, you know what I'm saying? How do you think these people, that's just something to think about. And this goes to show that you don't need white skin. Yeah. Even if it's a white couple, they kind of debunk that they don't believe the whole vitamin D theory. I believe that the whiter skin is a mutation. I have my theories as in relation to the Bible. White skin, blue eye. Notice they don't have white skin. Now I do believe that their hair and their features are for the adapt. Now I remember a white teacher, when I was in grammar school back in the 80s. She was claiming that she believed that the people that used to be referred to as Eskimos, the Inuit people, for instance, like of Alaska and Eastern Russia and stuff, in Canada, she was claiming that she believed that they have padded skin, or they have the eyes that they have because of the cold air. And that was her claim. I mean, you never know. I don't know about that. But yeah. They did a test who could, I remember her telling me they had a test of who could hold their hand in a thing of cold water longer. But as you can see, yeah, now the first person that got me thinking about that, because I was totally convinced that like white skin, blue eyes, and all that had something to do with adaptation, right? Blonde hair. I was convinced, and this was even around the time that I did my Ancient Egypt series. But I remember, I'm not gonna lie, it was Angel Ramirez Jordan's video, and he was pointing out on, even though he's not a Bible believer, so we don't share the same beliefs, but yeah, and when he showed it, and I was like, yeah, that's a good point. When you think about the people of Siberia, why don't they have blonde hair? Their winters, they say, are like 7 months long. But they have very dark hair, very dark eyes. Okay, and apparently they used to have more melanated skin. It kind of, yeah. So what the heck did? So you got to understand, the majority of people on this planet did not have light hair, light eyes, or even light skin. Today we look, majority of people on the planet were swarthy. And I would assume that the majority of people also, as hard as to believe, had curly hair once upon a time. Now I do think with the hair that when it comes to texture, that does have more to do with adaptation, with your environment, just like with your nose shape. Okay. Like these people, they don't have like long protruding nose, because it's not like they're in this necessarily mountainous. It's cold, but it's not like, I was watching the challenge and they had to do this hiking and stuff. And I was thinking about, that ain't as easy that would not be as easy. Let's say if it was a really mountainous region. I watched the challenge, MTV The Challenge. And that wouldn't be as easy hiking, they were like in this mountainous area. That wouldn't be as easy for me, because I have a more nose that's more for a tropical, humid, moist environment. I have a short, wide nose, my nostrils, all of that. It would be best for a tropical environment. Whereas, like those, like a nose more for Caucasus, better for the altitude. Like there are certain places it's cold, so you see they have small nostrils. However, they don't have a long nose, because I don't think it's, it's not like like a mountainous area, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, and I was looking at, because okay, the last challenge, for instance, they had to do this hike, and his brother, and he had asthma too, and I was like, oh. But he was able to, even though he didn't, quite make it because of his partner, but he had asthma, come to find out. His brother, like, oh, yeah, so you got to consider stuff like that. But yeah, these are, and also to further back up, yeah, I believe that the natives, especially when we're talking about the natives who, I do believe that, yeah, the theory that they crossed the Bering Strait Now, like I said, I'm not too sure about the Pangea theory. Of there's some people who believe that once upon a time all of these continents were connected, like one big continent, and just in this globe of water. The Bible does speak of a time, the time of Peleg. Was this? Yeah, this was after the flood when the earth, people were separated, and kind of it speaks also like the earth was separated too, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't. It could have been. Who knows? But I do believe, however this was done, I do believe that you had those natives who crossed over. Yeah, from I'm trying to get you on a show you the Bering Strait. Oh, they can give me a better. Come on, provide me a better map. Gosh, I know I should have been more prepared. Okay, I guess this is the best I can show you. World Atlas. Okay, I do believe that. Oh shoot, I gotta clock out to clock back in. Yeah, that they crossed. Now you see, this is Russia, Eastern Russia, Siberia. The indigenous people of Russia were not these white people. Like they weren't people who look like Gorbachev. Okay, but I believe that they are the descendants of Magog, perhaps combined with the descendants of Cain. I've even found some proof that they may be descendants of Canaan. Some of these Native Americans, like the Hittites. Okay. Um, Yeah. So you see here Russia, Siberia crossing over into Alaska, which is part of the US, going further down, the Inuit people, for instance, or we used to refer to as Eskimo people in Alaska, going further down into Canada and eventually into North America and even as far down as Mexico and Middle America. I also believe, now I don't believe that those are because I believe that there are various, I think there are a combination of people who could make up the Native Americans. Now, when we're talking more so like South America, like even with maybe perhaps even some of the Incas, the Mayans, and and even further, I think that some of their people, however, I believe may have came from like Oceania, the South Pacific. Yeah, that's quite a travel, but like even when you think of how the people got into Hawaii, okay, which is part of the United States, even if it's not connected by land, but yeah, I believe, and also I can back it up. Yeah, because see, that's where we have to look at haplogroups. Now we know that there were black people all over this continent, right? Or darker people, or people with similar features, and not just yeah. So let me go to my little folder. Hold on. It's not as easy for me being that I haven't paid for StreamYard. So where's my folder with? Okay, so let's look at some people. Because yeah, we're gonna show different black people or dark people. Now, I'm not saying that they would be categorized as dark, but sometimes since some of y'all like to use these pictures, see, look at their skin, look at their nose, look at they look kind of similar because you may have a cousin or somebody look kind of similar. Well, yeah, especially when you consider dominant traits versus oh boy. Okay, I gotta go to my folder. It's not as easy. Now these are photos. Understand these ain't no AI images here. Okay. And this I'm showing you. Now also there's an article. Let me see. Oh, got too many tabs up. Oh, this is just really messing with me. Okay, ancient Chinese secret. Like there was an article And by Paco Taylor. You can find it now at medium.com. Phenomenal photos reveal there were indeed quote unquote black Chinese. Our view of China as a racially homogenous country is partly the product of political propaganda. Yes, I definitely believe that the quote unquote Chinese, Japanese, I believe that they are mixed people. Yeah. I think even with the term mongoloid, it can also, like in the case of mongrel, mean mixed. Um, yeah, but yeah, these are pictures. Most of these pictures are, I believe, from the uh late 19th, early 20th century. Okay. So there were these people in China with darker skin. Did they represent the majority? I don't know, but just the fact that you never know. You never know. And a lot of people, Mongoloid people, they have features that can be similar to ours. Like there are some, especially if we're talking like, the South Pacific, that have facial prognathism even. Eyes that like there has been obviously, we know the white man is a traveling man, and there's been an effort to go from continent to continent to, maybe Benjamin Franklin was behind this plan to give everybody lighter, whiter skin. Maybe this was part of Benjamin Franklin's plan or something. But even through these black and white photos, which I know can be deceptive, you can still tell that these kids, these people had, darker skin once upon a time. Hair still straight. Okay, there's a distinct, and they're really, when you see these movies and stuff now, like on Netflix, they got pretty much many of them looking whiter than a lot of white people now with the complexion that is. These are Chinese people. Now, this is an abundance. This isn't just that one, if you will, black sheep of the family. This is an abundance of darker skinned Chinese people. What happened to them? So if this is how many of them, you got a whole group right here. If this is how they look like, let's say 100 or 150 years ago, how the heck did they look 500 years ago? Why did Benjamin Franklin say what he said? He said, once again, he even described, and he was talking about mainly people in Europe. He said the Germans, the Swedes, he said they were all swarthy skinned. So that a lot of the Asian people also were swarthy skinned, had darker skin. Even if you look at Europe, in fact, I think that there may have been more darker skinned people in Western Europe even than Asia. I know that sounds crazy, but when you do your research, because even when you look at some of these statues of Europe, like even Rome and Greece, notice though also that you hardly find any with straight hair. Like you'll find, the straight hair and the Mongoloid people, Asia, but even if you notice, they all had curlier hair. I'm not saying coily, but that tells me that more people on the planet also had, once upon a time, curlier hair. Now these are just the Chinese. So these are just Chinese people. I got another, hold on. Let me go in this folder here. Let's look at some people. got to click out and click back in. Okay. Now these are Aboriginal people of Hawaii. You know, Hawaii is now part of the United States, but we usually think of the Hawaii's ancestors being Polynesian. I think that some of that's another thing too. When we talk about the Olmec heads, how do y'all know that some of those people, they may have been black indeed, but how do y'all know that some of them may not have been Hamitic or even, and we all know, of course, I know that there were black people here before Columbus, because for one, it was the Moors who let the white man, they put him up on the New World. Okay, it was they put the white European up on the New World. That is the Americas. It was the Moors. So that I know, and we know the Moors was black. Okay. How many times, I don't know how many times I got to show that the Moors, those who were referred to as Moors, and even if we're just, even though they refer to us all at one time as Moors, but one time they made Moors synonymous even with Negro, but there was a distinction even there. But I'm talking Moors, more specifically, those who had control in Iberia, those of North Africa, Northwest Africa, those ones I'm speaking of particular. But Moors, period. They were the ones who, showed. So I already know that. But were they us? Okay. But I do believe that some of the natives may have been descendants of Canaan, Hamitic, descendants of Japheth. Okay. Like right here, these are Aboriginal Hawaiians. These are the indigenous people of the Philippines. Notice how when brothers, I've said this before, when brothers are attracted, when they used to be attracted to Asian women, found Asian women attractive, they would usually be thinking of a Filipina, something more, that's what they would see as more exotic versus a Chinese, Japanese. But maybe that has to do with, the Filipina looking a little more exotic to them. You know why? Because the indigenous people of the Philippines look like this. Whereas today, they may look a little more closer to someone like Darlene Ortiz, although she's Mexican. But see, that's the thing. Why is it that we saw Darlene Ortiz? Why did many of us, because Darlene Ortiz, when I was a teenager and you had the Power album, and when a lot of us, we didn't know what the heck she was, especially considering she had the little curly perm in her hair and stuff, and, looked like she tanned she was dark, so, and then looking at her eyes. So we thought she was like Filipina. She said she was mistaken for that a lot. But there's a lot of there's quite a few Mexicans. And just like, there are Puerto Ricans, there's a lot of Latinos who are mistaken for they looking at the eyes. They may be mistaken for Filipino, or because I do believe that there is some Asian or ancestry, not necessarily just Mongoloid-ish, but yeah. Okay, these are the people. Yeah, and you'll see that being that some of these people come from a more tropical or more humid area, they'll have, in fact, there are more like my nose. They have noses more similar than mine. You'll have people, that have even wider noses, like for instance, the Aboriginal people of Australia that have even wider noses than those of sub-Saharan West Africa. In fact, the Australian, the indigenous Tasmanian, they are perhaps I would say on average have the widest noses. Yeah, these are the indigenous people, even though they're now smaller in number, and some of these pictures are old. Some of these pictures are going back to the 70s, but they represent the indigenous people of the Philippines. Filipinos are pretty much like Latinos now. You got the Spaniards, the colonizers, and there's the indigenous, and the indigenous people were black. Yeah, but these represent the remnant, or what is or was left of the indigenous people of the Philippines. These are not people from Africa. This wasn't a thing of, yeah. And so, yeah, this Asia Mani Manik of Thailand represents the Mani of Thailand, people of Thailand, indigenous Thailand. Now, with all the, yeah, these are also people. Look at the hair. Look at the hair. Now, we usually think Asian and we think hair weaves in Hawaii. We think Polynesian silky #5. No, look, so that tells you that once upon a time, their hair was a little more coilier. But this isn't even that old of a picture. Even though these people are now very much a minority, the more indigenous people. So, okay, it says Satoon woman. If I'm maybe mispronunciation. Thailand, South Thailand. Okay, look at the hair. Champa people of the original Vietnamese civilization. Asian Siberian. Now look, they said, wait, hold on. This is crazy here. Now remember I said the coldest place? And I explained that their hair was the way that it was because of adaptation. But please explain this. How is this? Hold on. How is this Siberian man? I'm kind of confused. The hair has got me confused because that don't go with the climate. It says here, this black man is a descendant of the original black settlers of the far north. The Mongol people came later, such as the Siberian Malta and Russia Songir people. This is a case of migration here because that don't fit the environment. Okay. Philippines, Malaysia, India, Thailand. So how do you know with the Olmec heads, how do you know that these aren't Hamitic people? These aren't descendants of Japheth. These aren't people that came out of Asia. Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, India. Look, we get a lot of our hair, our bundles from India. Now, I don't know. That could be, maybe that's a person of city descent. Now, we know that the city people are us. We know that. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, this was, I had proved, used this in talking about Buddha, the original, depictions of Buddha, and even how he was described. But that's, I'm not trying to go into that. Fiji Island, indigenous. Fiji Islands, look at the froze. Look at the noses. Look at the lips. Remember with the Olmec heads? Okay, even though I think this picture goes back to the 90s, but this Filipinos. And understand, there's already, look at the hair. Look at the hair on some of these girls here. Look, this is hair in the 4s. This look like 4B hair. That's the texture I have right here. This girl here look like, and they could be all related. What we saying all over the planet are a bunch of mixed people. Filipinos. If this is how they looked like in the 90s, how do you think they look? If Benjamin Franklin was describing them as swarthy in Europe, he was talking about Western Europe, in fact. How do you think, if that's how they look, and that wasn't even 300 years ago when Benjamin Franklin wrote that. That wasn't even 300 years ago. How do you think they look 500 years ago? How do you think they look before the Renaissance? How do you think they look 1,000 years ago? So, yeah, Tariq Nasheed, these are Filipinos. Lynn and Honor, Lynn and Honor, YouTuber Lynn and Honor, his mother, Filipino, and his mama looked very much, he shared a picture of his mama, and she looked kind of like one of these women here. She didn't look like what some of y'all may think today as a Filipina. And that's why, he's very easily black, quote unquote, black passing. Yeah, he shared a picture of his mom. Yeah, she looked kind of, I could see that she was Filipino, but, looked kind of like one of these women. One of the women depicted here. Again, yeah. Yeah, his mom kind of looked like this girl here. Not hard to believe. More Filipinos. Look at the hair. Look at the woman behind it. So, but you know what? They may be of a totally different mtDNA haplogroup, and I believe they are of a totally different mtDNA haplogroup. This is not necessary. Now, don't get me wrong. I do know that our people, Judah, is said to be scattered. So I don't know exactly. But I'm going to assume that, and Yasharel is scattered. So, you never know. But I'm going to just assume that they are not of the same mtDNA haplogroup as quote unquote Black American, majority of Black American women. Filipinos, look at the hair, but look at how his children look somewhat different. But look at the hair. Look at the nose. Look at the mouth. More Filipinos. And this is Hawaii, a picture, 1890, Hawaii, Fiji, and Fiji Islanders. Now, when we think of Hawaiians, don't really. Remember the group, the Jets? Baby, I can rock you too. They were from the Tonga. Notice how they had like wide noses similar to mine. Crush on You. They had the song Crush on You. They're from Minneapolis, but they parents like from the Tonga. Hawaii, women of Hawaii. This is a picture from 1890. See, this is 1890. That ain't that long ago. That ain't that long ago. That ain't even 150 years ago. So if they were looking like this, even though you don't really see that today, I haven't been to Hawaii, but at least going by the pictures, like I said, look, this is a Hawaiian prince. It was a prince of Hawaii. Like I said, he looked like Eddie Murphy with a perm, with ultra perm. What happened? That's the question. Again, indigenous Australians versus what you'll see today, or at least what they show us on TV today. Indigenous people of the Philippines versus what you are more likely to see today. Indigenous, just group of Polynesians, and they're even mixed, but more of what you're going to see today on the right. Indigenous Hawaiians, more of what you see today. Indigenous people of East India, and what you are likely to see today. Let's look at these girls of India. Now, these are not people of, because I know the city people, the people of the city, I know that they're us. No, but these are indigenous Dravidian women. Perhaps descendants of Elamite, or Kush, or combination. But these are the indigenous women, or girls of India, females of India. Not of the city tribe. But you look at Bollywood today, and they look more Turkic. What the heck happened? You say he probably had a perm. No, that was his hair. I think that was his hair. Well, yeah, I do not remember people in India looking like Even when I was a kid, the people I knew, like it was a woman I worked with even in the 90s. She was a good friend of mine. And oh yeah, and I was in the girls' home. This girl named Vastana. She gave me pink eye. I shared my eyeliner with her. She didn't tell me. She asked to use my eyeliner, my makeup. She didn't tell me she had pink eye. Mastana, she was East India. It did not look like this. She was darker than me for sure. She was like my mama's complexion. She was a dark girl. She was from India. Like, so I'm telling you, I've noticed how things have even changed even in my lifetime. When I was, why do you think they depicted Apu as having darker skin? Yeah, a lot of the people in India that was at least that came to migrated to the United States, they did not have skin. I did not know a single person in India that was white, light skin like this. That had white skin, even the features. I did not like, but this is what you're seeing now. Like, what the heck happened? Now, I remember when I was in high school in the 80s and I was learning about with the British and India. Fast forward today, drastic difference. Remember when you saw as a kid in the 80s Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom? And they showed like some of the native people in India and the elephant and stuff. Now, like, okay, this ain't how I remember. Just like with Ethiopians, they look kind of, like, well, what's happening? It don't take that long. It don't take that long. So yeah, now I notice everybody talking about this, but I was the one that was initially putting y'all up on Blanquemiento, with that curse of Ham, redemption of Ham, that painting. That painting, Ham's redemption, with this whole idea that the lies about the curse of Ham, the Talmud twisting the scriptures. Yeah, with the black woman. Yeah, this is also what happened like in Latin America, in parts of Latin America. That's why it doesn't surprise me colorism is so, those Latin. I don't really see French as Latin, even though it's said to be, but yeah, but when you think of Louisiana, controlled by the French, and them southern states, so there's a little more maybe Latino influence, like Texas. And you notice how the Catholic influence. You notice how they yeah. Doesn't surprise me. People who are members of the Golden Sphere stuff. A lot of these people, yeah. The redemption of Ham. Now it's funny how now everybody's talking about this. Yeah, without brought this to y'all attention. People don't even believe in the Bible, but they'll use this now. You remember what I showed y'all? Yeah, with this painting, Ham's Redemption. Yeah, Portuguese, or I'm not gonna say. Yeah, Ham, a calm, KM, CHAMKAM. It's an oil painting by Galician painter Modesto Brocos, 1895. Yeah, so basically, yeah, you got a black mother here, perhaps of the Bahia woman of Brazil, black, and she would definitely be a more than likely a descendant of Judah. Yeah, and she had got, maybe she may have been like RAPED or whatever, white slave master, but she had a biracial child. However, it's just a painting though, okay? She had a biracial child. The biracial mother got with man perhaps of more direct Spanish or Portuguese descent, white man that is. And they had a child, and the child comes out with white skin. And she's like, "Oh, praise God, the curse has been lifted." And you know that scene in Rabbit Proof Fence where they, the white man talking to them how to get, considering their color caste system, how to whiten out the indigenous Australian people by 3 generations, how they could do it. This is pretty much what's been done much in called blanqueamiento, if I'm saying it correctly, in a lot of Latin American countries. They had people under the illusion of inclusion by by quote unquote marrying the indigenous and black enslaved women, giving them their last name. They're all Colombian now, but they make sure that those with the darker skin never get in positions of power. Forgive me for that. Oh yeah, we could yes, and remember Vladimir Putin, he recently showed with the vaults showing that, how they originally in their paintings and artistic renderings depicted the Messiah and biblical figures and everything. Now, yeah, it was still stylized, but they showed them having darker hair and darker skin and darker hair. So the thing is, though, so since we know there were black people all over the planet, hold on, and I could go on and on with the collection I have, and I make sure to try to, I'm not holding on to AI stuff. Yeah, I can show you people, the Solomon Islands. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you the Filipinos who are considered they were referred to as negritos. So yeah, we know, kind of like a combination of pygmy Negroes. I got a lot more pictures, but I think I've shown you enough to, like to make my point. Oh yeah, the women of the Tonga, I got pictures here. You think of that family, the Jets. And that's it. And see, they represent, mixture and admixture. A lot of what you see today. So the thing is, okay, let me listen to the rest of what Tariq Nasheed was saying. This is the point, got a question though. Okay, he's saying that there was black people all over the planet. Okay, but does that mean, are we the same people? Does that mean, okay, those who were even in the Americas, those melanated people, and now he's talking Americas, even though he tries to make the delineation between those of, like Central America and the Caribbean, and he makes the delineation when convenient with the U.S. We're talking about I thought you were just talking about claiming those of what is now the United States, Tariq Nasheed. He's saying that there were black people already, let's say, in Oklahoma. Okay, that could be. All right. And he's saying
we were in
that even before like Columbus, that could be. But does that mean that was us? Were those people us?
Inhabiting all of the black people, as the good lady said earlier, we were inhabiting all of the earth. We are the original inhabitants everywhere. Yeah. I've been to Asia and I've seen jet black people with woolly hair. I've been to Polynesia. I've seen people in Polynesia who look like black people in Harlem. All of these black people going to these different corners of the earth, you think they didn't come on this large landmass? Black people were
if you know this, then why does he always feel the need to make, now all of a sudden we're all black, everything, black when it's convenient, like with hidden colors. When you want to claim certain inventions, when you want to claim civilizations, then it's like these are our people, right? Then these are our people, right? When you want to claim ancient civilizations, etc., these are our people all over the planet, right? So let's see if he makes the delineation though.
First inhabitants here before the red Siberian native people. That's the thing people don't want to talk about. The Siberians came later. When you do archaeological digs, they're digging up Negroid-looking features from the people that were here for thousands of years. When you look at Lucia woman, which is the oldest remains found in this landmass, they did a reconstruction. They proved that this was a woman with Negroid features.
Okay. Now let's see. He said the Lucia. Okay, hold on. like I said, I don't believe that all of the natives. Now, I do believe that many are of the Q haplogroup. That's why we have to look at haplogroups and DNA. That's where we have to then look at that. Now, the Lucia woman. Now, understand, I don't totally trust. I only trust it to extent when it comes to carbon dating and potassium argon dating. And I've done videos on that, breaking down that, right? With carbon and potassium argon dating. Okay. I believe it works only, it can be effective only so far back. All right. So in other words, I don't believe that, you had humans here 1,000,000 years ago or even 10,000 years ago. That's my belief. You don't have to believe that with me. Okay. But then I've also made videos. I just got to re-upload them on why that is. Okay, so he's talking about this image here that is said to be, the reconstruction of the skull of what is Lucia woman. Okay, this is the the remains found, and this is how they, yeah. But like I said, okay, hold on. Let me also share this. Okay, now going by and I would assume that she had dark skin, especially considering that time. They don't know exactly what her complexion was, but I would assume she had darker skin. But going by what they have, okay, the broader features, okay, and you usually, now, we can't really say the hair texture and all that, but you wouldn't think someone of Siberia, you wouldn't think that, all right? Going by what we see, what, you wouldn't think that. Hold on, let me give you another depiction. This is what they have to go by. The Lucia woman, the skull in Brazil. Now he's talking about, now this is Brazil now. Brazil. Even though, he'll make that differentiate. But I thought you talking about remember, Tariq Nasheed will say that a Brazilian person, a black Brazilian, he will, just as he will say Marcus Garvey of Jamaica is a tether. Okay? But okay, I get it. He's probably making a point where eventually we migrated from, and into what, and we were brought into the United States where we were already here on the land. Okay, if that's the case, then why do you still feel the need to, then you should have no issue with, even if it is said that Jamaicans and they were co-fathers of hip hop, you should have no issue because we're the same people, right? If you believe that we just migrated, we're taken from Brazil, but we were in the Americas, which includes North and South America, then you just should see, let's say, like Africa Mabata, we're all the same people, right? Marcus Garvey, we're all the same people, right? We were just shipped, just enslaved in different parts, migrated eventually to different parts. Then why do you feel the need to make such a differentiation, even when it comes to Haitians? And because now notice he's claiming this woman of Brazil that's said to be of Brazil, this skull that's said to be of a Brazilian, even though I'm gonna be honest, that doesn't exactly look like being, the eye, the orbitals, considering what I have learned, that does not look like, that is not the nose. Usually our nose is the a nose that's like mine, for instance, which is similar to this woman. It's a little more heart-shaped. But anyways, considering what I know in anthropology. But anyways. All right. How do he know that that's not, this woman did not, how do he know that this is us? How do we know that this woman would share the same? See, that's where we also need to look at DNA. See, notice he is now claiming this woman of Brazil, even though he would call it, if somebody Brazilian, like let's say, Brazilian descent, like Ladybug Mecca, Diggable Planets, he would be calling her a tether, right? Let's go back to Tariq Nasheed.
White man here for thousands of years. When you look at Lucia woman, which is the oldest remains found in this landmass, they did a reconstruction. They proved that this was a woman with Negroid features. White tea scientists said this. This is a fact. When you look at the Olmec statues, and I've seen all
Olmec statues, Mexico. We, that's interesting. I get what he's trying to say, that there were black people in the Americas. Then why does he always call black people? Why is he so quick to call black people, if we are the same people, okay, of the Americas, these black people of what is now the United States, if we share the same ancestry with those, with the Lucia woman and of Brazil and the Olmec heads, then why does he see? This is where the contradiction is here.
of them. These are Negroid features on these statues. You have white tea scholars like Constantine Raffines in the 1800s who proved that there were black tribes here, indigenous for thousands of years. You had Pizarro, who was a European explorer who came over here and saw people who looked like the folks in Ethiopia, which is what they called Africa at the time. Balboa and all of these other European explorers, they all saw black-skinned, woolly-haired people on this land. You have people like Leo Werner, back in the early 1900s, writing books about the black Aboriginal people on this land. You have another white tea German scholar, Von Wutnow, who wrote books in the 70s showing figurines of Aboriginal statues and trinkets that look like Gucci Mane, that's been here for thousands of years. So anybody saying that there's no evidence of black people being here, they're just being intellectually dishonest.
Okay, well, there were black people. We know this. But what makes you believe? See, they're trying to, okay, how are you disproving, though, that those who are in the United States, okay, the descendants of those of the United States, how have you been able to prove that these people were not taken from the continent of Africa? Now, I'm not saying that that's where these people were originally. It's expected that we would be taken from the coast of. I'm not saying that there wasn't a migration into Africa. I'm not saying, and I know this is us being Yasharel. He's trying to say that we have absolutely nothing to do with the African continent. Yeah, there were people all over the planet. There were people all over the planet with dark skin, coily hair, broad features, even all over the planet. I could prove to you even in Europe. Why is he so adamant to prove that we have no connection to Africa? That tells me that there is an agenda. And if he really stood by what he believed on black people being in the Americas, which include North and South America, which includes Jamaica, Haiti, which includes Mexico, Central America, Belize. I'm not talking just Mexicans as we know. I'm talking the quote unquote black people of Mexico. I'm talking about the Afro Latinos, the Afro Mexicos, however you say it. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the black people of Belize, who I know my brother used to be married to, and she wasn't mixed with anything. I'm talking about the people of Jamaica. I'm talking about the people of Guyana, of South America, like the I believe the sister played Jalissa Dawn Lewis on A Different World. He's talking about, the new show would be a tether world. Well, guess what? On the old show, you had people who were what you would refer to as tethers. Julissa, Dawn Lewis, the actress, her parents are of Guyana. Also, Grenada, black people, Grenada. Thelma on Good Times. I believe on her daddy's side, from Grenada. Esther Rowe, Good Times. Trinidad. That's the Americas. That's north, but he will call them tethers. But now all of a sudden he's claiming the black people of Brazil. He's claiming the anthropologically speaking black ancestors of Brazil. But when we're talking about those who are said to be indigenous to the Americas, the melanated people who are said to be indigenous to the Americas and were not and migrated over here on their own, I do not believe that they were the same people as us. Now, he has a right to his
the name America.
That is, if he truly believed that. And I don't believe that this is what, I don't believe that Tariq Nasheed truly believed that we have no connection, no ancestral connection to the African continent, or very little. I don't believe that. That might be what even Dane Calloway believes, but I don't believe at all that that is what Tariq Nasheed truly believes. I don't believe, that's the thing with Tariq Nasheed. I don't believe that he is playing on this with black when convenient. He's playing on it and hoping that his audience, you see, notice how they're in the chat. Yeah, he right. Yeah, see, because that's playing on their pride. See, then when they want to claim these other exotic people, like when they want to marry them, then they're black. When they want to claim Haiti and what they see as a victory, then they're black. Then they're one of us. Then they're one of us.
Many people believe that comes from the Amariske people down there in Central America, which were a black-skinned people. Some of them are still there.
Black skin. But you see, this is the thing. Tariq Nasheed will be the first to say they not like us when he's doing his little roasting. Didn't I tell you he was going to focus more on Africa? And notice, before he even got on the Africans, he was first going at these very same people that he's right now, that in this video trying to claim as our ancestors. These were the very initial people he was roasting, going at using hip hop. He was first going at the Busta Rhymes and stuff, but he knew that it was easier to use Fat Joe because Fat Joe don't look like us, and he's not. He's more than likely predominantly of Spaniard or mestizo, right? So it was easier to target Fat Joe. And he's, you know what I'm saying? That was easier than just going at Busta Rhymes. But see, now he's claiming Brazil, black people of Brazil, and the black people of Mexico, and the indigenous black people of Brazil, and Mexico, the Luzia woman, and now all of a sudden, you see what I'm saying? I can't with these people. I can't.
We have so much evidence, even in slavery. There were a lot of people who were enslaved, black people, who actually got their freedom because they proved that they were really Native American. And there were a lot of freedom suits that people were going to court over to get their freedom. This is why they start to try to erase our indigenous part of the lineage, because we were using.
They proved that they were Native American. Okay, how did they prove it? Okay, we're going to have to do a series on this. I can tell you now, I've done the, being that this is a live stream and it's on Impulse, but like I've talked about the Moors Sundry Act. Did they say, even with these Moors, did they say that they were indigenous to the Americas, however? Even with the Moors, yes, the Moors reached the quote unquote New World before, but was there ever really a claim, for instance, with the Moors Sundry Act? Was there ever really a claim that they were indigenous to this land, even if they were here before the white man? Was there ever really a claim that they were indigenous to this land, and even more specifically, what is now the United States?
Using that to our advantage. They had to try to Africanize us to make us seem like foreigners on our own land. There was a big movement in the early 1800s.
Wait, he's saying they tried to Africanize us to make us, but wait. You have said, even before you started targeting Africans, you were targeting Black people of the Americas. You were targeting the Jamaicans. You used the whole hip hop Jamaicans and, but now you're claiming the Caribbean, the West Indies, Central America, South America. Now you're claiming that. Because Brazil is a totally different continent. Lucia woman is of Brazil. That is a separate continent. We're in North America. You're claiming Lucia woman of South America, who you would call a tether. But now all of a sudden, these are our ancestors. That's what you're saying now. Now you're claiming that the Lucia woman of Brazil is our ancestor, when you have been calling out people who are even, at least we could say that Jamaica and Haiti, they're still a part of North America. They're still a part of the same continent. Brazil, the Lucia woman of Brazil, that's South America. But you would call these people tethers. These are the people even before you started targeting Africans. But I told people over a year ago, I said, watch, he's going to go start targeting Africans. Because that is who we are. They really want us. They don't want any of us uniting, but they really want us to see ourselves totally separate from I see the game, this back and forth game, and nobody is picking up on this. Okay, somebody said, unfortunately for Tariq Nasheed, Marcus, nobody in the academic world would, I don't know, this could be a white race or something, this crazy pseudo-intellectual babble seriously. Now, I don't know if this is a white racist. I want to agree with him, but for all I know, this could be a white racist who is trying to deny that there were, anthropologically speaking. Yes, if we are going by race, what is categorized as race, because understand, race, it is purely based on phenotype. All right. It is purely based on phenotype and skull indices and shapes. Okay. Cranial indices. It is purely based on what's on the surface. And only in below the surface, as in the skull. But that's it. Nothing beyond that. Okay. That's all that race is about. It's not about geography. All right. So anthropologically speaking, okay, anthropologically speaking, not ethnically, yes, these people would be considered part of the Black race. Now, over time, they've expanded, because it used to be once upon a time, they only made a differentiation between the Ethiop and the Malay, as they called the dark Polynesian people. But over time, that has changed. We know that. They changed things when convenient. Okay, like they used to put at one time Australoid, the indigenous people of Australia in the category of Negro or Negroid. Now they've made the separation Australoid, Negroid. Used to be once upon a time that South Sudanese person, they would have referred to them in that person of what is now Nigeria, they would have categorized them all as Ethiop, whereas now they'll make the differentiation between Negroid and Nilotic versus Khoisan, Khoi and San. Yeah, I know that. But yeah, once upon a time, they would have all been just considered quote unquote Black. All right. Negro even.
1800s and mid 1800s of foundational Black Americans saying, hey, we need to cut that Africa talk out because they're.
You see how he's playing this game? But he was just talking about, giving you examples of people of Brazil, of findings in Brazil and Mexico. And, he wasn't, you understand what I'm saying? He wasn't talking about what's just specifically United States, what is not the United States. See, but he could say, well, we weren't brought here yet, or we didn't migrate here yet. But wait, then why even, if we're of the same people, If we share the same ancestry as the Luzia woman that he claims of Brazil, then why are you tripping? Like, I'm not tripping. When I did my hip hop series, which inspired you, when I did my hip hop series, I wasn't tripping over, now at that time it was before there was the accusations, African Mbata, but I wasn't tripping over including, giving, props to African Mbata, Grandmaster Flash, uh, uh, who else? Cool Herc. I wasn't tripping over that. I wasn't feeling like I got to make this total. I just say, hey, yo, as long as you know it's black. And I explain why I may now even change my stance on using the term black. You haven't given an explanation for your flip flopping. So it could only be a grift or something, because I don't believe this is what you. I think you know that you're being deceptive, and he's counting on an ignorant audience. Of pseudo intellects. It's really sad. Jose Detroit Cubano. These have got to be some bots. Somebody with Cuban in their name calling somebody a. No, oh my goodness. Yeah. Anyways, was he so busy? See, because I guess Africa was the truth's target. But see how? Okay. Again, we know that. Once again, we know that there were black people, and not just dark-skinned people, because those who he referred to as the Red Indians, they also had dark skin, some of them having darker skin than many of us. So we know that not only were there darker skinned people in the Americas, which include North and South America, but all over the planet, and not just darker skinned people, but there were also people with broader features that people would usually categorize along with, put in the categorization of Negro, okay, or Negroid. I know, outdated term, but anthropologically speaking, yeah, we know that we could find all over this planet. Remember also, notice even we're talking Western Europe here, even the Western world, Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes, as well as the Germans, besides the Saxons, they say were the only, and this was not even 300 years ago, said that they were of a swarthy complexion. Now, maybe they weren't as dark as, but that's just something to think about. He's saying that Benjamin Franklin, not even 300, this wasn't even 300 years ago, claimed that the only white people, that he saw as white, however he saw that, they were only the Saxons of Germany, the rest of them, or the majority, being swarthy, the Saxons of Germany and the English by that time. And I can even, show you some proof with what became England before it was Anglified or whatever. So yeah, we know all over. I need to go into the Europe and all of that. Yes, we was kings. You know how they mock us. Oh, they try to claim everything. Yeah, so it's the same people who says that Cleopatra, the last samurai. I even saw something. It was the limber, and it was the white folks. I was like, oh, hell no. And these are the same people mock us, saying that we try to steal everybody's history. Yeah. Now, but the thing is, since we are about delineation, I'm about delineation. I'm about making the clarification, because I do know that not all people who would anthropologically be categorized as quote unquote black or Negro, even, or Ethiop, or not that they're not all the same. Okay, even those who look very much alike, because he will tell you that Nigeria, he will trust this Olmec head or just a piece of skeleton. He can see a Nigerian brother that look just like him and say that we ain't got nothing in common with that, where you get to see his hair, You get to see his nose, his lips, his complexion, everything, his build, same booty as us, everything. And he'll say he'll trust this Olmec head where the features are limited, or a skull where they have to, where it may not even be accurate. He'll trust that and saying that that's our people before he trusts, somebody saying that this brother in Nigeria is one of our, that which makes no damn sense at all. Okay, so that's where we need to look at in making the differentiation. Then we need to look at, because we know that not all indigenous people, like, I showed y'all here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I need to, with the Papua New Guinea. Yeah, I need to look at that a little more, y'all. Okay, like remember here with those are the Papua New Guinea. We know that not all. Oh, I forgot. I had some clothes washing. Dang on it. Okay, so we know that there are people who could been said that we're black all over the planet. Okay, there are people. I see some people here with woolly hair. I see some people here with broad features. I see some people definitely with dark skin. Okay, Melanesian people. Look at the fro. This could have been, features very much like similar to what you saw on the Olmec heads. Melanesian, Vanuatu, Pacific Islands. Look at the noses on all of them, very similar to mine. Pacific Island. Got locks. These are Pacific Island. Pacific Island. She could easily pass for, Black American. Look at fro. Look at the broad features. Yes, all over the planet. That is true. That do not, but although I still believe we share more common features with those of countries like Nigeria than these people. Okay, these are Papua New Guinea. Yeah, I do believe that some of the people like of South America, I do believe, especially when you consider certain customs, like, or certain way that they, like even, I do believe some of the people may even be Hamitic, Papua New Guinea. Now, understand that the mutation, yes, their blonde hair is caused by a mutation, just like red hair is caused by a mutation. But understand that the mutation that causes white people to have red hair and blonde hair, it is not the same mutation as with these people. It's their own mutation. It's not the exact same mutation. It's not the MC1R mutation. So since we know, this is the Philippines, Moro, look, they call them Moro, like Moor, mountaineers, Philippines. So since we know, there's Black people all over. So it can be easy to convince people that we were already here, being that we're here. Hidden Faces of the Philippines. Again, Polynesia, Tonga. Think of that music group. Look at the girl down here. Look like somebody I know. Baby, I can rock it to you. And the Jets, Crush on You. These are the more indigenous people of the Tonga. They came from the Tonga. Right. The gene responsible for blonde hair in the South Sea Islanders is different from the gene that causes blonde hair in Europeans. So that's not about any white Caucasian admixture or European admixture. The researchers also found, yeah, it's the TYRP1, yeah. Whereas it's MCR1, I believe, is the mutation or the gene that causes the mutation or the variant in these people. Okay, yeah, Solomon Islands here. Okay, so you got people, broad features. Yeah, so we know that. So how do we make the differentiation? I still think that we have more in common. Like when I have shown you guys that Igbo family. Yeah, this is what's so funny with Tariq Nasheed. He would trust a piece of a skeleton to, and say, see, this is our people. He'll, okay, this is all that they got. He'll trust this, even though usually a wide, broad nose like this, like mine, the nasal, it's usually not shaped like this. It's more of a heart shape. But anyways, he'll trust this, like this is my relative. He'll trust this and say, see, this is our people over. Still, in general, we are more likely to look like I always show you this. Best example I can give. This is the Igbo family of Nigeria. Look like your typical Black American family. Just if you put them on some clothes, put them on some what's some gear, what's some some clothes you'll find at Foot Locker or something. I don't know. They'll look like your typical Black American family. I'm sorry, but and I understand. I'm not limiting us. Like, look, these are some Igbo girls here of Nigeria. You know that even if their hair is a little processed or oppressed or whatever, okay, but he'll say that we ain't got nothing to do with them because it's easy to say because they're in a totally distant land. Well, so how do we make the distinction? How do we know which Black people are us? If we knew that the original people all over the planet. Oh, wait, is this? Oh, this is cool. Is this an updated picture or something? Oh, this is cool. That's really cool. Look. That's really cool. I think that's an updated picture of them. Yeah, because I have been using this picture for a minute. What? Oh, yeah, that's them. Oh, that is beautiful. 2012 and 2024. I want to go to that Facebook page, but I don't want to share too much. Oh, I want to share this. This is so cool. Okay, here we go. Let me close this thing. Oh, this is the same family. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. 2012 and 2024. That is so cool. Igbo family. That's cool. I like that. Now I got another. I can save this one, and I'm going to be using this as an example. Yes, the family of Yasharel. Yeah, this is the Igbo family of Nigeria. Yeah, 2012 and 2024. Boy, 2012 was just yesterday, wasn't it? Now, this looked like, if you put them on some different clothes, they look like any other Black American family, okay? Yeah, I know that the name Nigerian is a relatively new name, but, well, I don't want to say was founded by, yeah, but you know what I'm saying. What is now Nigeria? I don't want to give no credit to, yeah. The land has always been there. What is Negro land has always been there. Okay, but yeah, oh yeah, that's another thing I had wanted to show. I know these are long and drawn out, but I like that. I'm gonna have to save this. Well, as you can see, yeah, but he relates more to the Olmec head. he Tariq Nasheed, even though the Olmec head is Mexico, and he'll call a Mexican a tether when convenient, but he relates more to the Olmec head. But the thing is, how will we know? Well, why? Okay, Tariq Nasheed, obviously he disregards DNA. Now, I have shared with you guys, he says that we have nothing in common with Africa. Now, in sending in my DNA for my DNA results, I did not, give any background information. And I know some people question it, but we still need to consider it. Okay. But also, like I said, only other people who did DNA tests, my niece. And yes, although she's biracial, her DNA matchup, her non-black matchup, it was solely now that my niece being my sister's daughter, and my sister and I, we didn't have the same father. My sister's father was my mother's, husband. She became a widow, and I'm the baby of the family. But my niece's DNA, she had very, very. I actually have more Anglo-Saxon, if you will, with that little 3% Scottish than she does. Okay, her non-black DNA or Caucasian DNA, it is pretty much solely, with that. That's what I was saying with the golden. She has nothing in common with y'all. I mean, her DNA, now he was actually, although we refer to him as Russian, her father, he was actually, well, he was born in the Ukraine, but he was okay with us he referred to himself as Russian, but he was actually found he was born in the Kiev, Ukraine. But if you do remember, the Ukraine, it was like connected with the USSR, what was the USSR's, even though they're now like at odds with each other. But anyways, her DNA is like solely within that. Yeah. But as you can see here, with my DNA results here, yeah. So, but the reason I'm pointing that out with my niece, I would like for my brothers and them to, also get a DNA test. But the reason I'm pointing her mom is deceased, my sister. The reason I'm pointing that out is because even with her, she had very little. I said, well, hey, you ain't got, it don't look like you got the slave master DNA. She had like no Anglo, no Scottish, no British. So that tells me that I come from a very quote unquote black family, if you understand what I'm saying. So, yeah, I'm cool with these results. I like these results. I'm not gonna lie. And I will go to another country. I said I will. Just what I want to go to is a little more money if we still have DNA consultants. Okay, but as you can see here, Nigeria on top, 32%. Benin and Togo, 24%. North Central Nigeria, I don't know why there's the differentiation, 7%. As you can see, as expected, and many of you, when you get your test done, okay, and understand this just I'm not saying that our people, our ancestors, our original ancestors came from what is now called Nigeria. I'm not saying that because, okay, we got to also, because there are some companies that they give like ancient DNA test results, but Naya Israel and the Hidden Hebrew series, I believe they talked about that, okay, because understand, when they do these DNA matchups, they're matching you up with populations today. Do you understand? Okay. The people that are there today, like even in what is now Nigeria, that does not mean that this is where they originated from, their ancestors originated. Do you understand? Okay. And I'm talking on behalf of Yasharel. Okay. But our people are definitely in what is the African continent. Okay. Yeah, matched up. These are my DNA matches. And I'm only 5% non-Africoid with my matchup. Only 5. All of my quote unquote black DNA is matched up with the peoples of Africa. Okay. So first you're going to have to explain that. And I can get another test from and I wasn't surprised because I know my family. I wasn't surprised that I had such a high percentage, 95%. even higher than a lot of other Black Americans. And it's all matched up. And it's no coincidence, unless you believe it's part of a conspiracy. And I'm not saying that any such testing would be 100% because, okay, when I first had the test done, it had me at like 92%. Okay. And it, so it fluctuates a little bit. So I don't expect this, like just like with carbon, like with dating and potassium argon dating, I don't expect it to be 100% on anything. But I do, for the most part, I'm cool with these results. Ooh, let me not be careful, show my name and all that. Okay, so as you can see here, Nigeria #1, and most of you, so quote unquote Black Americans who are said to be descendant of those who were enslaved in the Americas, okay, once on the census would be referred to as African American, you're going to find that more than likely countries such as Nigeria, more than likely Nigeria or Ghana, or Nigeria, Benin, and Togo, Mali, they're going to be at the top. More than likely, Nigeria is going to be at top. That's not, okay. And see, this is where we have to. Now, I had looked up, what's the DNA. Okay, let me get out of this, before I accidentally show my name. You saying if I believe the Bible, Nigeria, there are a lot of people in Nigeria who believe in the Bible. In fact, I had a Nigerian girl living with me who was reading the Bible incessantly. And that's not just about, in fact, you know what? I just uploaded. You saying if I believe in the Bible, Nigeria is not the place. Well, even though these are people of South Africa, the Limba people. Yeah, I know, but I know what that's about. I know that there are Igbo people. Yeah, there are people. But I also know that some of this that is going on, I kind of wonder how much the Western world have to do with this, even with some of these so-called terrorist groups. Could they have been trained by Western world military? Like, I question with some of these jihad groups, I question who and what is really behind this. When you understand order out of chaos, when you understand the Hegelian dialectic at work and at play, so that there can be an excuse to bring in AFRICOM, to bring in armed forces, to bring in Western world military influence. Things being hyped up in the media. But don't get me wrong. I know that there is, because you got to understand, they have made that delineation or that clarification. And because for one, they know that not all people, even in their country, even in what is now Nigeria, they know that they are not all the same. They do not have to share the same ancestry, ethnicity, lineage, even if they are of the same anthropological race. Race was always just about basically how you look and your skeletal. That's it. That's all race ever was really based on. Who said? Wait. Why are you going at a point of risk going there and they are dying to come here? And I'm not even going into all of that. I'm not even talking about going there. And I don't mind going there, and I wouldn't mind going there. I know people. I've not, like I said, I had a female of Nigeria stand with me. And I would love to go to Nigeria. Really. I'm not, there's shit happening here. I'm on the south side of Chicago, baby. Okay. I'm scared of, so I was, I'm not gonna talk like I was raised in the projects, but I was born in Cabrini Green. Why would I be scared of Nigeria? Yeah, okay, Mr. Dog. All right. Yeah, I also, yes, I am somewhat aware of what's been. I shared this also from Hebrew Biblical Awakening on what was going on with but I also know that some things are just like, yeah, I'm also, yeah, there are people who would tell you, I'm sure there's people who are not from Chicago who would tell me that I'm a prisoner in Chicago, because let them tell it, every week 100 people are killed in Chicago. It's either 60 or 100. Let them tell you, I'm right now, if we were to go by, but supposedly right now I'm in a war zone. I'm on the south side of Chicago. If we are to go by, just what I'm supposedly already in a war zone. Because don't they claim that every weekend, 60 to 100 people, and they know that people are going to automatically assume that these are in the areas where the black folks live in Chicago? Haven't they been reporting that for the last 10? At the same time, they're trying to gentrify these areas, trying to move into these so-called dangerous areas. Well, okay, Mr. B Dog, I'm kind of wondering if you trolling a little bit, if you what you say, yeah, because your comments are kind of questionable now. Yeah, okay, she made it out. Okay, all right, maybe I should contact people I know who are still there. How them, yeah, see they'll share, let them show you images of them living in this war zone that you're speaking of. Yes, I know that there are things going on, just as there are things going on. There's gang warfare here. If we're gonna go there, if we're gonna go along with, just gonna focus on the bad. All right. But that's like me just focusing on one part, making you believe that every bit of Chicago is like what you saw in Cabrini Green. Well, even though it's no, in Robert Taylor homes, and be saying, see, this is what's going on in Chicago. There are people right now being, and having you think that this is how all the black folks living in Chicago are living. Nigeria is a very big country. It's a very big country. There are poor areas. I don't see it as this third world country necessarily. Now, of course, there's areas I would not want to live. And I'm not saying that there aren't things going on. But there's as the song say, the world is a ghetto. And of course, I wouldn't jump and move to something I'm not used to or convenient, because I'm so used to these conveniences. Okay. But then make it like I'm so scared and this and that. I know that much that's going on in these countries, if we could take care of the outside influence, it'd be all good. I don't go to these places anyway. It's been a minute since I've been to Six Flags. Yeah, even when we talk, yeah. But anyways, that's not just what life is. Not just about Walmart and Kroger's and Walgreens, and you got a lot of people in this country. You got all these conveniences, but are miserable as hell. Okay. Yeah, it's hard for us to imagine living any other way because that's all that we're used to. Like I was just looking at, with the people living in Siberia in East, well, what was called Siberia. Me and my husband, we looking at, look, the coldest place you could live. And I'm like, how are they doing this? How could they, but like this one female, she said, no, she wouldn't want to move because that's what she's used to. Whereas I'm looking at it like, there's no way I could live like that. As, But this is what they, but hasn't scared to no. It'd be more, my fear would be more so the traveling, I don't know, these issues with these planes and stuff. Only thing that would okay, my concerns, like let's say going to another country or going to like for instance, I used to just have a fear of like, like bugs and like certain animals or something like that that I would not be used to, or bugs and things like that that I would not be, I don't know. And I am a person, like I wouldn't even want to live in the South. I do like temperatures. I like Chicago. I like winter. I like fluctuation, of of seasons. I can't imagine being somewhere where the temperature's pretty much the same year round. I know some people, like I got family that left Chicago because they don't want to deal with snow anymore. But I like, as long as I'm, able to be warm. But then I couldn't imagine, like again, I couldn't imagine being somewhere where it's straight up cold. But I like seeing the snow in wintertime and stuff. So those are actually things I think about. Could I be somewhere where, let's say, it's pretty much warm all year round? You know, that actually, those are like the first things that come in my mind. Otherwise, I was talking to my husband, especially when they were talking to everybody going to Ghana, and that was definitely enticing to me. So yeah, I'm not. And you're saying that Nigeria, you're saying that Nigeria is in the Bible. Do you know? Yeah. Yeah, and you could claim that, that's about the colonizers. But see, this is something I'm gonna have to work on a series. This idea that the Bible is the white man. Yeah, if we're talking Christianity, but you naming all this stuff. Who said that I was one of these type of people with the Starbucks? And, how do you know I'm not one of those? I don't want to say nature boy. How do you know that I'm not one of those types? But how do you know I don't want to? If we're gonna stereotype like that, what if I'm one of those people? Since we're gonna talk about plumbing, what if I'm a person I want to use foliage and since we're gonna stereotype like that, like, oh, I wouldn't have plumbing and I wouldn't have. Well, how do you know I'm not one of those people? See, so that don't work on me. How do you know I'm not what? I'm not trying to be like Grizzly Adams. Since we're gonna, stereotype about these conveniences. How you know I don't want to live like Grizzly Adams? Yeah, see. So what's y'all game? Why y'all trying to scare people with the continent? Who are you? Who are you, Mr. B Dog? Who are you really? Why y'all trying so much to scare us? Trying to make what's really going on? What's the deal? What's really the deal? Well, anyways, yeah. Like I said, looking at the haplo group, now what are haplogroups? That's why we have to talk on haplogroups. What are haplogroups? Okay, that's what's been okay. So sharing information, International Society of Genetic Genealogy. What is a haplogroup? A haplogroup is defined by the International Society once again of Genetic Genealogy Organization site. There's Wikipedia page. A haplogroup is a genetic population group of people who share a common ancestor on the patriline or the matriline. Okay, patriline, that's your daddy. Matriline, that's your mama. The Y chromosome DNA or Y DNA, it represents the patriline or the male ancestry. Now, mitochondrial DNA or mtDNA, it represents the matriline or female ancestry. Okay. Now, so understand that I'm going to usually be, when I'm talking haplogroups, I'm usually, especially as a Bible believer, I'm a person, I'm going to be looking more at the daddies, like, so when I say like Q haplogroup, I'm thinking Q, I'm thinking Y DNA haplogroup, I'm thinking male haplogroup, okay? That's what I'm mainly looking at. So a haplogroup consists of similar haplotypes, and a haplotype known as a signature, a DNA signature, or a genetic signature is a set of markers or polymorphisms on a single chromosome that tends to be inherited together. Haplotype can refer to a combination of alleles to a set of short tandem repeats, or STRs, okay, or to a set of single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs. Haplotype is a contraction of the term haploid genotype. Put it together, haplotype, okay, or haploid genotype. All right, that's what a haplotype is. And in genetic genealogy, the term is normally applied to the letters or numbers obtained from the results of genealogical DNA tests. Now, haplotypes can consist of varying numbers of markers depending on the test taken, and therefore exist at different resolutions. All right, so different demographics of people, okay, despite how you may look, how you may, this is how we can better trace origin through the haplo. That's how we're going to really be able to break down what group you or lineage you belong to through the haplotypes, DNA haplotype. And the Y DNA haplotype, or the male, in the context of Y chromosome DNA test results, the haplotype usually refers to the marker allele values obtained from an YSTR short tandem repeat test. The result for each marker is expressed as a number. With the advent of Y chromosome full sequencing, I know this is boring, y'all. SNP information combined with STR data can provide a more precise haplotype. Okay. All right. In a surname DNA projects, the term may refer to an individual, group, or modal haplotype or signature. Okay. Now, when we're talking about men, it's Y DNA haplotype. When we're talking about women, it's mtDNA or mitochondrial DNA haplotype. Remember that now. So that the haplotype, okay? And like I said, and I just did a quick type in, like, what are the what are the Y DNA haplogroups of South America? Now, the Y DNA, now remember I talked about the Q, and understand that they'll start with the letter, even though they've like changed it over time. I don't like how they've done that. They'll start with a letter, followed usually by a number. Like there's the primary haplogroup, like the father, the sole ancestor, like let's say that's the letter Q, and then, or the letter A, and then there are these different, division, the sons, and they'll add like an A1 or A1A or A1B or A1. Do you get it? Okay. And like now, Native Americans, now, this kind of proves the Bering Strait when we talk about those who, I guess, Tariq will refer to as Red Indians. Many of them, belong to the Q haplogroup. The Q haplogroup. Oh gosh. I don't like this Upedia.com. There used to be a site called Haplomaps, made it so easy. I would have been able to get my video project out the way, but they close as a certain sites that are no longer. I wonder why. I don't really like Upedia.com with the information on this, but yeah, because there used to be a site called Haplomaps, and it made it so much easier. Okay. But yeah, haplotype. So I'm gonna go with Upedia.com. Even the name kind of, questionable. But haplogroup Q is found predominantly in Central Siberia, Central Asia, and among Native Americans. Approximately 90% of pre-Columbian Native Americans belong to haplogroup Q, and all descend from branch Q1A2A1. L54, let's say L54-4. I don't know if that's a reference, including various subclades. Okay, and you see here, in Europe, haplogroup Q is found chiefly in southern Sweden, only about 5% among Ashkenazi, ish people, just 5%. Because I'm gonna tell you too, I think haplogroup Q, I don't know if I would say that that's the Hittite or Japheth. I feel like I'm going to break, I feel I'm going to eventually break this down. It might be the there's also haplogroup C. Now, we belong to the Black America, most Black American men, I'm pretty sure would be in the E haplogroup. Okay. Now I believe that E represents, E probably stood for Eber, Hebrew, Eber, or Abraham, or maybe even Eber's descendant Abraham. Okay. But most black, those who would be categorized as quote unquote Black Negro Bantu men would be E1B1A. And it would only make sense that E1B1B, hey, Adam Guidry, it would only make sense that E1B1B would be Esau. That would only make sense. And I notice in how they are changing, how they are labeling this categorization. Maybe they realize we've been figuring some stuff out. But yeah, I'm supposed to have been working on the haplogroups. Yeah. Now, once we go more into haplogroups, that will give you a better understanding of our lineage. I don't think that this is something that should be disregarded. Okay? So I do pay attention to science. I know that they change things up when convenient, and we can't totally solely depend on science. But I'm going to consider it all. I'm going to consider it all. Because not all, quote unquote, not all melanated people who would anthropologically be put in the category of Black or even Negro were not all the same. See, I thought that that's what Tariq Nasheed was about, right? So why is he overlooking DNA matchup? Okay, and we could break it down further in looking at haplogroups. Now, I'm going to just be addressing our people. I'm just going to be mainly focusing on the male or the Y DNA haplogroup. That's what I hope to do. Maybe one by one, but there's so many different haplogroups just within E, just under the there's so many subclades under the haplogroup E alone. It can be broken down. Yeah. One haplogroup that I noticed that's just spread everywhere, just like how Judah's been scattered. But I also noticed that E1B1B has also been traveling. But but okay, so haplogroup Q, I do believe that's something that a lot of Native Americans, a lot of Latino, that's Latino males, and I'm not saying that that's their predominant, but Let me see, what is this right here? The DNA. I don't think I can share it with y'all because it's going to a Facebook page. But it say the DNA map of South America, bloodlines of empires, tribes, and global migrations. I want to share it with y'all, but it's the fact that, it's on my Facebook page. I don't want to give too much family information and all that. From the Andes to the Amazon, from the Caribbean to the Patagonia, Latin America, okay, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so DNA histories, okay, Mexico, land of the Aztec, Maya, and Mixtec, Y DNA, Q, remember we were just learning about, now in this case, QM3, and that's believed to have, came out of Siberia, okay? Q, okay, Y DNA, the male QM3, and CM13, indigenous founders, and the R1B, that being the Spanish, E1B1A, that's being African, Black, which are called black, and and J2 they claim is Middle Eastern. See, what is J2? That's another thing. What exactly? Where is the real origin? I think that the J haplogroup is really Japheth. Okay, I think that's just a descendant, of Japheth. All right, but they'll say that E1B1A is African, but E1B1B, wouldn't it make sense that E1B1B would be brother to E1B1A? Wouldn't that make sense? That would tell me that E1B1B definitely must be Esau. It only makes sense. Okay, so these are the haplogroups that, like, okay, Mexico, indigenous, land of the Aztec, Mexico. See, that's a great place to start when we're talking about the Americas. Let's go with Mexico, okay? And talking about the New World and talking about the Americas, because Mexico, it's kind of almost near Central America. Yeah, so Y-DNA, they're mostly made, okay, QM3, okay? Remember, I told you the QM3 that's also found, indigenous people of Siberia. CM130, let's see, hold on. That's another thing I was looking at, CM130. Haplogroup CM130, I think I already got it open. Haplogroup C is a major Y chromosome haplogroup, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. It is among males belonging to many peoples indigenous to East Asia, Central Asia, Siberia, North America, and Australia. Okay. As well as some populations in Europe, the Levant, and later Japan. See, this is what I believe. I believe that this haplogroup C, I believe this is Canaanite. I believe that this is Canaanite. I believe that this is Hamitic. I believe that haplogroup C, I believe that this is because remember when I shared with you the indigenous people, natives, being perhaps the Hittites, descendants of the Hittites? Okay, now there are different hypotheses of the migration. Okay, haplogroup CM130 attains its highest frequencies among the indigenous populations of Kazakhstan, Mongolia, the Russian Far East, Polynesia, certain groups of Australia, and at a moderate frequency in Korea and Manchu people. I'm telling you, I believe. Do y'all remember hold on, that video I shared with y'all, the olive? Hold on, what's the channel? The Olive's channel. Hold on. That's another YouTube channel. Great channel that just disappeared. No more videos. The channel's still here, but just totally stopped making videos. Great channel though. Great channel. Yeah, this channel right here. Great channel. Just totally stopped making videos. Like, what the heck happened? Well, all these channels just disappeared like this. Let me see when this last video. Remember I showed you the one, like all these channels, like, yeah, what the heck happened? Where everybody go? Where did everybody go? Now, I can't say, there's nobody I'm 100% in agreement with. Okay, why the white races are not Edomites. Okay, but yeah, remember the Canaan and Edom connection?
They don't teach it because
Egyptians?
Okay, the name of this channel, The Olive, this was uploaded 10 years ago. The Canaan and Edom connection.
And
they videos I had to download because they got rid of it. But I'm glad I had downloaded it.
Canaanites for the flood.
I remember this guy the guy that's speaking, that he's taking the audio from. That guy straight flip flop, just like those camera action. But
and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor one of Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. The churches and the pastors.
Because some people may try to take, like, for some of what I shared yesterday, say, well, didn't they refer to us once upon a time as the cursed descendants of Canaan? Okay, so don't get it twisted, y'all. Don't get it twisted.
Which are set up by the government, all teach in unison a doctrine that all black people come from the seed of Ham. The Negroes themselves are a dark race of people. So how can you say that Ham is the father of all these dark races and exclude the Negroes? So what are the scholars saying? What you're going to find out.
Again, I believe that all 3 of Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, I believe they were all melanated humans or mans of Hume. That's my opinion.
That they're saying that you are the biblical Israelites.
Well, also they were going along with that Hamitic theory. Okay, note, the Persian historian Tabari quotes Ibn Abbas as saying, born to Noah were Shem, whose descendants' colors are a black complexion with a light brownish undertone, and Badia, and hold on, I'm sorry, and dark blackish brown. Rabbi Eliezer wrote, the Shemites were blackish complexion with a brown tone and beautiful. Like Moses' wife, the Hebrew word Cushi generally referred to a dark-skinned person of African descent. Okay, ruddy. The word fair in Hebrew, Yafet, means beautiful, handsome. Well, fair, yeah, I think that also we got to be careful because they have changed things to mean like Yapeth. I was taught it meant to enlarge. Okay, sometimes they'll change things like, oh, see, yeah, fair meant beautiful, but they'll change it to mean like beautiful in relation to a young virginal woman, but they'll change it to mean white. Just like, fine hair is straight hair. You know what I'm saying? So.
Same exact people that served slavery in the land of Egypt. You're the same exact people that God sent Moses to go redeem under the hand of Pharaoh.
You can see that where ruddy skin. Now, ruddy, yes, it's red, but ruddy, a word used to refer to now this is we also have this Zondervan Bible Dictionary for ourselves. Ruddy, a word used to refer to a I don't see the fair complexion in contrast to the dark skin. What I think it's cut off.
Exact people that served slavery
of the Hebrews. But see, that's why I don't totally trust, even with what the Zondervan Bible Dictionary is saying on Ham. I believe the only reason that they say that not the Negroes, they're going along with that Hamitic hypothesis. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The land of Egypt. You're the same exact people that God sent Moses to go redeem under the hand of Pharaoh. You're the same exact people. And when you read the Bible, you'll find out that slavery is a central theme in the Bible. It's a reoccurring theme with the Israelites. The Israelites cannot run away and get away from serving slavery. It continues to happen over and over, all the way up until today.
Okay, they're showing here. Now, I don't know how accurate this picture is, but it says slaves in the coffee harvest, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Let me see, what year is that? I usually like checking the
Israelites cannot run away and get away from serving slavery. It continues to.
We can't, trust me, we can. Okay, well, I'm trying to get that year. Okay, well, I'm going to assume the early 20th century. Okay, and they're showing Native American slave masters said to be in this photo. That's what's said in this photo. that this native person here is a slave master. That's
Happened over and over, all the way up until today.
this is Brazil. Regarding the true history of it. Okay. The racial identity of Esau. Okay, yeah, this is from a film. I think you could find this in YouTube. Okay, that's like a depiction of Esau. That's supposed to be Esau. Now, certain, I don't know what happened.
Chapter 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau.
These are just depictions. These are just, but the person created this video may believe. I don't believe that Esau was even light skinned. I can understand though, why people would believe that he was light skinned. I don't even believe that Esau was light skinned. Okay. And I don't believe that I believe his Ishmaelite wife may have been darker than that, especially considering that her mother was Egyptian and her father, Ishmael's mother was Egyptian and father was Israelite. Yeah, Shemitic, Abraham. We didn't have Israel yet.
took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Ada, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibama, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Bashemath, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebajoth.
Now, let me say this. I believe that Canaan, now some people believe the curse of Canaan might have been white skin like Cain. That might have been the Marcus of Cain. I don't believe that. But I believe that Canaan, being a son of Ham, was quote unquote black. And I believe that there are still many black descendants of Canaan today in the African continent. Okay. All right. However, the Horites, I do believe that they are like certain groups. I do believe that there were certain daughters of Canaan, perhaps, who did mate with descendants of the Nephilim. The Nephilim being descendants of the fallen, those who, the descendants of the fallen angels. I believe that's what caused the whiter skin and stuff. I do believe that like in the case of the Horites, troglodytes, I do believe that they represented a race of quote unquote white skinned people, the Horites. And I do know that at least one of Esau's wives, and Horite is also synonymous with Hivite. All right. And at least one of Esau's wives was Horite. Yeah, so I do believe that there are descendants of Canaan with white skin, but not all. I do believe that some are more indigenous with darker skin. And also, I do believe that the Hyksos were descendants of Esau. The Hyksos, Egypt. Yeah, one of Esau's wives was identified as Hivite, and Hivite is synonymous with Horite. Hivite, not Hittite, but Hivite. Also, I do believe he also had a Hittite wife as well. The article Hyksos, Vidan, and Odin by Ricardo Crespo traces the Horites to the hairy Ainu people of Japan and Tibet. Yeah, I do believe that the Ainu people may have some Edomite, Canaanite ancestry for sure. A book, The History of Egypt by G. Maspero. Only reason I'm reading this because I know that people don't really watch videos like that anymore, being that they're listening with their phones. The book, The History of Egypt by G. Maspero, describes the racial features of the Hittites as Mongolian. Their skin color is yellowish or reddish white, clearer than that of the Phoenicians and Amaru. And remember what I said about the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians were descendants of Esau. Phoenix, it comes from a word, a Grecian word meaning red. Okay. And like I told you, I had the video on the phoenix being the bird of Edom, representing Edom. And it's masked as the eagle. That's what the renowned Mason Manly P. Hall, the renowned Freemason late Manly P. Hall, he said that the eagle is a mask for the phoenix. They use the symbol of the eagle when it's really the eagle is just used as a mask for the phoenix. The phoenix, a mythical bird representing Edom, rising from its ashes. Okay, gets destroyed, but then they try to rise again. Like when you consider what the scriptures say, what Esau tried to build up is gonna get knocked out, and now, as we know, Esau's initial wives were, Canaanite women. And you notice that in the Bible, later in they describe the descendants of Canaan. They'll talk about the Hittites, Hivites, and all the Jebusites, and then they'll say that like the Canaanites separately, even though the Jebusites and all of those ites, they all descend from Canaan. But why do they talk about them separately? Just like, there was, when Israel separated, the northern 10 tribes referred to, still references Israel and then Judah. So like what happened with the Canaanites, where they're like, that there's this, groups being referred to as Canaanites and groups that descended from Canaan, but they're being referred to separately and distinctly, almost as if they became a different race. Certain groups of Canaanites became a totally different race, And when you consider what is actually meant by, what was the actual Neanderthal gene? What was the Denisovan? What is the origin of the Denisovan, the Neanderthal? But anyways, the book, The History of Egypt by G. Maspero, describes the racial features of the Hittites as Mongolian. Their skin color is yellowish or reddish white, clearer than that of the Phoenicians and Amurru. Now, remember the Phoenicians; those are basically, descendants of Esau and Canaan. Okay. They're short in stature, strong-limbed, long or round-headed, flattened forehead, prominent eyes with small oblique slanted. Prominent nose with small oblique slanted eyes. Now, a prominent nose, I would think that would be a more extended nose or more elongated nose. I don't know what they mean by that, but I wouldn't really think of but anyways. Okay, and this Egyptian staff, supposedly, like with depicting what is supposedly a Hittite, supposedly depicting a Hittite on the left and a Nubian on the right. Supposedly, that's what we're told. And if you look at the image of the Hittite, some could, assume that might have been someone like Asian. But again, I don't believe that they,
the Egyptians and Nubians clearly distinguish themselves from Asiatics. But when you go to Kemet and you go to the wall, these are the Asiatics.
Now look here, you got a Canaan. Now I can see where it's also been a little chipped. Amorite, Syrian, Hittite. Asiatic. Now this is not real here. This is more authentic on the right. Asiatic Hamites from the seed of Canaan.
Now you mean to tell me that ain't the same man? That's the same man.
Now it is said that Canaan, that's where Chan, they believe that like Jackie Chan or Khan, Genghis Khan, they believe that it's believed that that's just another word for Canaan, Chan, Khan, But I believe that, they're also descendants. I think it's like a combination of descendants of Japheth mixed with perhaps descendants of Canaan. Um, and then, even like there's certain, quote unquote white churches, groups, they've also made this, like you can look up, they'll put, there are white Christians who believe that like for instance, they believe that the Chinese are descendants of sin, as a descendant who is a descendant of Canaan, the Sinites. They believe that the Chinese are descendants of the Sinites, Sin being a descendant of Canaan. This is what they believe. And of course, Canaan is one of the sons of Ham. Now, Canaan, being that they, tried to occupy the land that was really supposed to be meant for the Israelites, Canaan, of course, the descendants of Canaan, they didn't just stay in Africa, they went abroad, Canaan is pretty much, yeah.
The same man. Some more Asiatics. That's what they look like.
The Hyksos, a Middle Eastern tribe who had settled among the Egyptians 100 years before, rose against their hosts, exploiting.
This video say, I do believe that the Hyksos actually were Edomites. Various Canaanite tribe name, but of course we do know Esau's first wives were Canaanite. I don't believe that the Canaanites, they all looked like what we see today as Chinese people with this light skin and now, a whiter looking skin. Various Canaanite tribe names, as it says here in this video: Hyksos, Hittites, Scythians, Syrians, Hurrians. Hurrians, like I said, Hurrians and Horites are synonymous. Mitanni, Shasu. Shasu are they, I believe, are Edomites. Amaru, Picts, Moguls, Khans, and Tartars.
The death of the pharaoh, they seized power.
Okay, this picture here cannot be trusted. I know this depiction here. This isn't ancient, by the way. This is not ancient. This is, I believe, from the 19th century, though.
Hyksos that you see right here. These were the invaders, just as you see them carved in stone right here. These are the people who came out of the Sinai. Some say from Mitanni. Some say they were Hurrians.
Hurrian, also called the Hyksos Phoenicians. The Hyksos, I'm telling you, I can show you the sources I have. I definitely believe they're descendants of Edom.
These were the Tamahu people who invaded from Libya from the west. They attacked Egypt after the 6th dynastic period.
The Hittites, the story of a forgotten empire. And you see these older photos, you notice they look darker skinned. The identity of the Hittites, of the Egyptian inscriptions, like the Mongols, moreover, their skins were yellow and their oblique eyes and hair were black, forehead retreated, okay, cheekbones were high, nostrils were large. They arranged their hair in the form of a pigtail. Their snowshoes with upturned shoes, showing with this man here. And also, you got to look at these people that's shown here. You'll see similarities that we have, like this woman here having a somewhat broad nose, kind of similar to, that's why I was pointing out, using like Esther Roll face, that you look at Esther Roll's face, who played Florida Evans, she shares and I compared her, it's just the best. Not saying Esther Roll looked like a man, but I was thinking of Juju B, the drag queen, because that was the best I could think of with the cheekbones and stuff. And Esther Roll, if you look at Esther Roll's face, she has features that are very similar, that a lot of people said to be of Mongoloid descent also share. There are, a lot of people who are said to be of the Mongoloid race that shares features very similar to a lot of people of Africa. Of course, a great example being the Khoisan people, the Khoisan people of and San people of South Africa, like Namibia. book Hittites and Their Language by Claude Condor describes the ethnology of the ancient Canaanite Hittite tribes as being a race of Asiatic Mongoloids. Collectively, this includes the native Indian tribes of North, South, and Central America. Evidence have identified all related Mongolian groups. They're saying here the Lapps, they're saying the Edomites. But I don't think they are all of the same haplogroup, though. I really don't. I believe that some. Well, I mean, of course they couldn't be, but I don't think they all share the exact. Even if they look similar.
You have those that teach in these Hebrew camps that the Native Americans and the Mexicans are the Israelites. I have another burden of proof here, proving that they are not the Israelites and they are not the chosen.
The DNA research has revealed.
A journey which began with Niazov's family in Central Asia, then moved east along the length of Russia, left the ancestors of these incredibly tough Chukchi poised to conquer a new continent. Yet I know the blood of these Arctic herdsmen connects them to Native Americans. We're about to go in and meet somebody who plays a critical role in our understanding of the genetic history of Eurasia. He gives us a direct line back to the ancestors of most Europeans, Native Americans, and a lot of Indians. So let's go see him. Now, the thing that we've been studying is known as the Y chromosome. And this is a small piece of DNA that doesn't really do very much except to make you male. So your Y chromosome you got from your father. That is a lineage, okay? Your Y chromosome came from him, to you. Now, if we trace back even further, through nearly 2,000 generations, if we do that, we reach a single man, one man. Now, this was a very important man because he is the ancestor of Europeans, Native Americans, and many, many Indians.
Thank you.
What did I say? White and Europeans, Anglo-Americans, Edomite. No, I wouldn't say that. Native American Indians and related groups, Canaanites. I do believe that those that we commonly see as Native Americans, like when we think Geronimo, or I do believe that there's some Hittite or Canaanite ancestry for sure. What people may have mistaken as Hebrew. See, we see Hebrew, right? No, that may have been Canaanite. See, we see proof of Hebrew, with these natives. No, I think that was Canaanite.
Thank you. That means my blood is pure.
So congratulations. Very interesting blood. Here in Central Asia, the descendants of Niazov's ancestral grandfather ventured out to give us an incredible diversity of looks. One group traveled west along the plains of Asia to become the first Europeans. But one branch of Niazov's family reached the Americas. Their children are the Native Americans.
Oh, okay. I see that they put a correction. I noticed they put a correction here. Correction. The Edomites are black. Okay, I was about to say they were, and some still are.
Americas. Their children are the Native Americans, from the Inuit to the Incas.
But I don't believe that these are the only groups of Canaanites. I actually believe that perhaps for instance, the Pygmies in Africa, I believe that they're descendants of Canaan, and they look nothing alike. I believe, yeah. I don't believe that they're solely descendants of Canaan. I think they're a mixture also of the Japheth, perhaps Magog, MG, Mongoloid. The real Edomites were Negroes, he's saying, by racial categorization.
Of people who are non-Israelites, in fact, are Edomites and Canaanites, who have been masquerading, who have been pretending to be Israel for the last 2 millennia. Prophecies from the Old Testament that state that the Edomites would one day covet the name of Israel and covet their land and take it over, namely the
You know how YouTube is. Let me see. The Sephardim, also known as the Spanish-ish people, Jews descended from Edomites. Well, what they call Sephardim today, I believe, like I said, it's a combination. It's a combination. No, Edomites claiming to be descendants of. I believe that they are also, okay, I believe that what we see today, like they are also descendants of Japheth, along with descendants, because you will see there is a percentage in many of them of E1B1B, okay? Even if it is not, prominent, you're going to see mostly like they're in the J, under the J haplo group. But there is a hold on. I gotta show y'all. In
early times.
Where are these people from?
And the Turks.
The famous Canaanite ruler of the Mongol Empire was Genghis Khan. And it's believed that Khan, Khan, Chan, Khan, it's believed that it's connected. And of course, we know Canaan is a descendant of Ham.
And the Turks, who were part, and the Mongols, and the Turks, who were part of the Hittite kingdom that migrated north, who were absorbed by the Turkish Empire in early times.
Where are these people from? Originally, they're from the Altai Mountains, which is in that region of Mongolia.
And this appears to be an Asian man himself speaking. I don't know what his background is.
Where are these people from? Originally, they're from the Altai Mountains, which is in that region of Mongolia. Now, Genghis Khan and his hordes traveled both to the west and also to the east.
Okay, the Khazars. Now remember, I made the connection, I believe, from Seir, from the Seir, Mount Seir, to Caesar. And I had found the pronunciation of Caesarean section, or Caesarean, an older pronunciation of Caesarean, like you think Caesarean section was actually Khazarian. I was like, wow. Yeah, from Seir to Caesar to Khazar to Kaiser to
And this is
Czar.
really why the different languages of that area are related. They're called the Altaic language group or family. Included within that family is Mongolian, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, Uzbek, Turkish, Korean, and Japanese. And a farther link to the North American Indians, or Native Americans, as they're called now, pretty much look Asian, look like Mongolian. So they don't only share similarities in genes, they share similarities in language.
Why don't the churches teach this? They don't teach it because they're covering up for the synagogue of Satan. We are people who once lived in the Caucasus.
Okay, so yeah, this is a very interesting video. You can find it on your own. Now, I also have information. Yeah, I like going to older publications, linking. Let me see if I. Oh, no. See if I go to my bookmarks. So many things have been removed, though. See, what do I have? Okay. See what I got here. Doggone it. Give me a second, y'all. Okay, Transactions of the Royal Canadian Institute, Volume 4, published by the Royal Canadian Institute. This is 1895. And what do I have here? I'm trying to share with you guys. Ugh. Oh gosh. Give me a second. Give me one more second. Okay. Okay, on page 264, let me see. It may pertinently be asked why I selected Hittites rather than any other people of Turanian origin. Whenever you see that Tur, Turk, and even, and with certain African groups, like whenever you see that, think Edom. I'm just saying. All right. In seeking the rise of ancient Turanian culture, the answer is because there is no evidence of such culture having been developed by any other branch of that division of the human family, unless it were by the Akkadians, and these I firmly believe to have been under Hittite rule. Comparatively, few families of the human race have achieved a historical position, the greater number constituting the ground race, which possesses no independent history. Going into page 264, certain families endowed with peculiar virtues, physical and mental, rose to the position of kings of men and lorded it over sections of the ground race. Such kings of men among the Turanians were the Khita or Hittites, and under their power fell Semitic descendants of Aram, Lud, and Elam, and many Hamitic and perhaps even Japhetic families. Like I said, I believe that there has been some blending. Okay. Thus, the historical Turanian peoples of antiquity, whatever the origin of their physical substratum, bore the Hittite name. I'm going to tell you where their origin, Edom. But Esau mixes with different big people taking on their identity, from the Canaanites to different Hamitic groups of different, whether the people are black, whether the people are quote unquote black or quote unquote white, quote unquote red. I'm telling you. Okay. Thus, okay, again, I'm sorry. Thus, the historical Turanian peoples of antiquity, whatever the origin of their physical substratum, bore the Hittite name until their dispersion by the arms of the Assyrian Sargon in the end of the 8th century BC, and some of them down to a much later date, as witness the Khitan of northern China in the 10th, 11th, and 12th centuries AD, and the Kits of the Siberian Yanitsky at the present day. In a former paper, I have shown that the people who built up a large wooden civilization in Siberia, Eastern Russia, from the 5th century onward, and who left written monuments behind them, were branches of the Khitan, as their monuments denote. And at the same time, the Japanese in migration. They migrated to Siberia from northern India, and their language is that fundamentally of the Aboriginal or Turanian people of Hindustan. They were Buddhist, some of them fleeing from the persecution of their pagan relatives or the rising of Brahmin. The Siberian characters are not identical with those of the Lat alphabet, being much more rudely formed. Okay, and tracing the characters west of India and between that country and the ancient Hittite habitats in Media, Mesopotamia, and Syria, they appear on Parthian coins down to and beyond the Christian era, but so far as the time of migration is concerned. Yeah, so that's just one of that's just one source of information that I have. I got quite a few I could show you here. Hurrians and okay, the information I have, Hurrians and the Hittites, the kingdom of the Hittites, the Bible in the ancient Near East. These are different sources. Hittites, Minoan kingship, and the solar goddess. These are different sources that I can share with you. Let me see. What's this? Hold on. Something here I bookmarked, but I don't know exactly what it's leading to. The Hittites, their inscription and their history, volume 2. Let me see. I bookmarked this a while ago, read of this a while ago. This is from 1891. The Hittites, inscription, their history, John Campbell, 1891. Yeah, I found quite a bit of information linking at least, like the Native Americans to the Hittites, the ancient Hittites spoken of in the Bible. I found quite a bit information, in fact. I put the exclamation point on this, so that means it must be something prominent that I found here. I don't know what, but yeah. Anyways, I know I'm all over the place. I'm supposed to be talking about quote unquote black people. What I'm saying is, now we don't know exactly, we may not be certain exactly how these Hittites actually looked in ancient times, okay? They may not have even looked like as much like what we see today as quote, Mongoloid people. But regardless, whether or not they were descendants of Ham, and you can connect, because if you notice, though, I do believe that there's a connection with Ham also when you consider certain. Okay, for instance, there are certain, like for instance, with lip disc. there are certain things that, now I'm not saying that this is what all the people do, that certain customs that, or certain, things that they may do, that you will also see certain people like the Mercy in Africa also, like with lip disc or even like neck rings but those are little things. Sometimes I think, certain, groups may continue with, I don't know the origin, but I think with that, but I think too certain groups, people, they may do this because this is what the westernized tourists, white tourists want to see. So they continue giving what they want to see. But certain practices may not be that ancient as we're told. But yeah, a lot of information. Connecting the Native Americans. Yeah, like there's it's official Native Americans and Siberians are cousins. And there's an article here that also kind of gives confirmation to this, there being a connection. But Tariq Nasheed is talking about, he was talking about the people who we would see as, anthropologically speaking, as black, quote unquote black or Negro even, that he believed were in the Americas. As I said, I definitely believe that there were black people in the quote unquote New World before Columbus. In fact, I believe that it is the Moors who showed the New World, who introduced the New World, the so-called New World, to the white European. Okay, so I definitely know that. And I know that the people who are in this land, in the Americas, North and South America, definitely there were people who were more melanated, and there may have even been people, there's evidence of people with features very similar to ours. But the question is, and is there, were these people, could they have been from Oceania? Could they have been from the South Pacific? Could they have been, hold on. Now, if you believe the world is round, could these have been people, like some of these people, could they have came from like New Zealand? Because there are a lot of indigenous people of New Zealand who look just like us. Okay, now picture the world round. So picture, let's say through South America, like some of these people crossed the Bering Strait from Russia into Alaska, into Canada, United States, down into Mexico, Central America. And perhaps some of these people were Pacific Islanders, came in through perhaps South America or Central America, a combination of people who may be a mixture of descendants of Canaan, maybe a mixture of descendants of Canaan, Japheth, or maybe descendants of Ham and Japheth, and the Esau even. How you doing, Miss Fergie? Yeah, so I know that this has been another long, drawn out. One last thing I just want to share. Do check out my more recent upload. It's not so long. That's why I need to just stick to doing videos. It's not so long. But yeah, you got people doing videos for hours. Like who is that? Mike TV. I'm talking on this subject. So if y'all can listen now, y'all can listen to me. I ain't got to be putting down. The thing is, I'm just not making it funny, and I'm not feeling the need to put down other groups of people like that. Okay. Yeah, just upload this. I want y'all to check it out. Oh, very few views, I see. Now we check this out. This is exhibit stanford.edu. And this will be the last. This is Stanford Libraries. And this is a map. See, the area that West Africa we claim we were taken from, they claim we were taken from. Yeah, called Negro land. They called it Negro land. Negro being a Portuguese term. Okay, let's look closer. Notice you got the Gold Coast, you got the Tooth Coast or the Ivory Coast, Gold Coast, and the Slave Coast. Now, why is it in the Slave Coast of West Africa? You see here, okay, Weta, it says Kingdom, the KM meaning Kingdom of Judah or Weta, and it happens to be synonymous with the Slave Coast. Is that a coincidence? Do you understand that we had our people who were sent to West Africa, parts of Portuguese settlements in West Africa? Now, there were those, like when we talk about the Limba, who had already escaped from Jerusalem.
So I'll be honest. I came into this village and the first word I heard was shalom, yes. The Hebrew word.
Yes.
How is that possible? How is it that the Lemba are speaking Hebrew?
The Lembas are the original Hebrews, and they were scattered, as you know, and they crossed into Africa. So they were scattered all over. So in South Africa, in many parts of South Africa, you find the Lembas were actually Hebrews.
Hebrew. So the Lembas claim to be descendants of ancient Israelites?
Not claim. They are.
They are.
They are.
There are those who traveled down into Africa. There are those Israelites who traveled into, like you had initially, the northern 10 tribes, okay? And we can go into where the lost 10 tribes went after the Assyrian captivity. Okay, this is BC time, because I do believe Arsaret was in Algeria, North Africa. Okay, but that's another discussion. But see, you also had our people who had been shipped to Spain and Portugal to serve. Our people had been there for years. Okay, I'm talking well before 1492. And this was during the time, BC time, initially during the time of King Nebuchadnezzar, BC time. And then after 70 AD, after the destruction of Jerusalem in around 70 AD, there were those who were shipped to Spain. And eventually they had to escape from Spain around the time of the Inquisition into Portugal. And you know, I pay close attention to words and etymology, and it makes me wonder why Spain and Portugal is part of what is called the Iberian Peninsula, and it was once all referred to as Iberia. Now, the Iberian Peninsula, or the word Iberia, is associated with the river Ebro or Ebro, which is Iberus or Iberus in ancient Greek, and Hyberus or Heberus in Latin. Now, is this river or word Ebro possibly related to Hebrew, which is said to have derived from Eber, who was the Shemitic ancestor of Abram or Abraham? Is this telling that once upon a time, these countries, Spain and Portugal, of the Iberian Peninsula, were populated by Hebrews? And although they may now spell Igbo tribe, Igbo, Igbo, no, you look at older sources, it was Igbo. And it was spelled differently. There were different ways it was spelled, like IBO, EBO, the Igbo. And I've shown you where Hebo was said to be believed to be a corruption of Hebrew, or that may have been how Hebrew was originally. Yeah, Igbo. And it's interesting that we are like quote unquote black men are put in the category, in the haplogroup category of E. Why did they choose E? Like as if they know this deep down. That's what's also interesting. And also when you think ebony, Ebola, I'm just saying, just something just really think about. Just like they know what they're doing, like with the haplogroup J. almost like just kind of throwing little hints. Yeah, haplogroup E. Okay. Eber, that's where, Hebrew, Eber. And it's interesting, Iberia, like what I just showed you right there. Just something to think about. You got to consider etymology now. And letters that have been interchangeable, like E and I. Remember that. But anyways, but you had our people all in Europe. You understand? It was just a purge of Black people out of Europe. That last happening around 1492. And that was the beginning of what we refer to as white supremacy. That's why white people love that year 1492. But anyway, you'll find it's interesting that you actually had more whiter, lighter skinned people in Asia, actually. Originating more so in Asia. You would be surprised if you were to really look in to do the research on Western Europe. Yeah, Kingdom of Judah, right there. This is Stanford, Ivy League Stanford site. Kingdom of Judah. Now they call it Ouida. Now, you look it up in Wikipedia. They spell it Ouidah. They claim it's named after a bird. They're lying. Okay. They knew who these people were. They always, the old things are lost, and they knew exactly who they were sending into slavery there. They know exactly who they know who we are. This is the biggest held secret. And that's why they want you to believe. Now that's why there's this promotion of, we were always here. There weren't slave ships. They weren't, they want you to, and actually I believe the first slave ship came out of Portugal to the Americas, not out of West Africa. And this is not me saying that, I deny Africa, because the so-called Middle East is Africa, okay? It's on the African plate, okay? Before they built the Suez Canal, before they completed in 1869.
I've always been fascinated by how our perception of world geography has changed over time, or should I say erased. Take Israel, for example. Did you know that before the Suez Canal was built, it wasn't always considered part of what we now call the Middle East?
Really? That's interesting. I always thought of Israel as firmly part of the Middle East. What was it considered before?
Well, before the canal's completion in 1869, the region was often seen as part of a broader continuum with Northeast Africa. There wasn't a clear physical separation between the African and Asian landmasses.
I see. So the Suez Canal essentially created a more defined boundary between Africa and Asia. But isn't Israel still geographically at the crossroads of Africa, Asia, and Europe?
Absolutely. It's located on the eastern shore of the Mediterranean, bordering countries like Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt. The term Middle East itself is actually a relatively recent Eurocentric construct from the 19th century.
Now, we're going to go over here, and I'm going to show you where Israel sits on the African tectonic plate, which means that Israel is Northeast Africa. Now, when we look at this map, this is the Sinai, okay? This is the Red Sea. This is Egypt. This is the Sinai. This is Israel. All right, this is Saudi Arabia over here. Now, if you see this in Hebrew, it says Haluach Afrikani, the African plate. Here it is right here. Israel is sitting right here. Israel is sitting on the Haluach Afrikani, which means that Israel is Northeast Africa.
You got to understand. See, this was all under the Jesuit order. And who was behind that? Who was Esau? Who was Edom? But let's continue. Where was I? See, who was it that was really being persecuted during the Spanish Inquisition? And see, you had our people who fled from the so-called Middle East, and it has been proven with the limba of Africa. DNA tests have been proven that they came out of the so-called Middle East, as they said, as they were told. There are people in Africa, they know who they are. And also our people had to practice our beliefs in secrecy. But more had to free further down as the Islamic conquest initially, because there were those of us, there were Israelites already in Africa. And it says in the Bible that his people would be gathered beyond his people who were scattered beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. Now, that's referring to the Nile River. So we're talking about scattered among West Africa, but Judah would be sent to the four corners of the earth. See, the Bible said what would happen with us. Oh, wait. I was talking and everything, eating, forgetting that the microphone was on. But yes, please check out that video if you haven't. But this video here, just a continuation. It's just a continuation. Part one. Okay, part one being 50 minutes long. Now I know I'll be having these long, very drawn out. I do better doing videos, y'all know that. Live streams. And I do plan, even if it means little by little by little, uploading videos, giving more information. Even if it means me just sharing one page from a book on information. I said I'm gonna decide to do it like that. And instead of these big projects that I just don't seem to have the patience to do anymore. Like years ago I was able to do the Ancient Egypt series. And I know that people back then seem to have more patience. But we're now in the time of TikTok shorts and YouTube shorts. And that's on purpose because they want our attention span to be short. And it used to be a time when people would look forward to such videos. Like I used to look forward to like Benaiah Israel, Hidden Hebrews, and they'd have, I don't care. I would be mad that it wasn't longer. But I noticed that even with speaking for myself, our attention spans have gotten shorter. Now I can talk on and on, but I'm noticing that I'm skimming through videos and you know what I'm saying? I used to just really, really look forward to. And I used to love Biblical Hebrew Awakening when they would have like almost like a 24-hour marathon. Yeah, like instead of like on what's labeled as Easter Sunday, instead of participating in the pagan holiday rituals, they would be airing, like all of the hidden colors and all of the hidden Hebrews, rather. And I used to love that, just have that plan. And I used to love that. But I even find myself where I just don't seem to have that patience, And I believe that this is on purpose. All of this, getting us to watching shorts or where we, if it ain't funny, if it's not comical, if it's not, we're just gotten used to roasting and quick information and, just learning just from memes and instead of doing digging and research and stuff. And I got to say that even I myself have been kind of, but, if you can, even if it means breaking it up, I'm going to try little by little by little. I believe that my StreamYard time is up. But I'm going to try little by little by little. And I can't tell you that this channel will last. But, because, they can come at me at any time. The way that they did that, and I wasn't even on that channel, wasn't even doing anything. And they come at that channel, like I would have expected one of these other channels. Yeah, so that tells me. And then the reason that they gave me for, the channel, it wasn't even about it being flagged necessarily. Yeah, so that tells me like any day I could lose this channel, my main channel. I may put that one back on private and hide it just to try to preserve it, being that that's my original, and that's just for my own little. But yeah, last that you please check out like the last video I uploaded. Even if you're with these live streams, I understand they're very long, drawn out. I can't expect you guys to be sitting for 6 hours or so. Okay, I didn't used to do that, so. But with the shorter videos that I put up, I do ask that you please check it out. You got to understand, they want you to be attached to this country. It's not so much about the land, because this is all Yahuwah's land. This is all his earth. However, this system, they want you to be attached to USA. They want you, but you got to understand, it is doomed. Okay, they're doing everything to get you to be patriotic and support this country. Okay, and it's very deceptive. How someone like Tariq Nasheed, he's using examples of artifacts and and fossils, and he's using skeletal remains found in Brazil and in countries where the people he would refer to as tethers, he's using that to claim that we have always been in the, quote unquote, black people or even FBA have always been in the, even though he would call people from Brazil where the remains were found, he would call them tethers. But they become FBA or black people. We're all one when it's convenient. And understand, this is not even about educating us. This is part of an agenda. They want us to be latched to USA. When the song, think about it, with the Kendrick Lamar, they not like us. They not like us. Now, why is Drake not like us? His daddy was a Black American man, right? As Tariq Nasheed. His daddy was, Larry Graham, the musician of Sly and the Family Stone, was his brother. Considering Tariq Nasheed's actual age, someone like Drake could have been his son, especially considering that Tariq Nasheed, like Larry Graham's brother, got with a biracial, when you think about it. And it's believed that not only is Tariq Nasheed's woman biracial, and I'm not denying if she has, a black father, I'm not denying that she is a descendant of Judah or Yasharel, but also considering if we go by what Tariq Nasheed says, it's very obvious that this, because he's even kind of alluded to this himself, that her dad is of the West Indies, whether it be Haiti, or Jamaica. He alluded to that even himself. So how is it that Drake, so she has two non-FBA parents. Okay, so how is it that Drake is not like us? Yeah, but your wife, and I'm not trying to, to put her down or anything like that. I ain't got nothing against that woman. Okay, I would not deny her as being a descendant of Yasharel. I'm just going by what Tariq Nasheed. And see, like, even when you look at that with Kendrick Lamar, not like us, when you look at that performance, he was all garbed up, that Super Bowl performance. Notice he was wearing the red, white, and blue. And, they had Uncle Sam, who was, dressed up like a black Uncle Sam. And we want you. See, what kind of, that was some Yvonne Netanyahu. If you know what I'm talking about, The Simpsons. Join the Navy. You remember they was using the music video, the little boy band, to recruit people, to subliminally get people to join the Navy. Eva Netanyahu. They was using. Yeah, you got to think about that. They not like us. Yeah, why was they had Samuel Jackson as Uncle Sam? See, you see what's going on? They trying to get y'all to support military action against these West African nations that they once were telling you derive from. They want you to now, and they're using, but they know that they can't, we wouldn't trust them saying this. So they got somebody who came off as if he was pro-black. They got, Tariq Nasheed to tell you they not like, but I caught the subliminals with because I'm like, wait a minute, okay, how is it that Kendrick Lamar got an issue with Drake, but he okay with Eminem? And considering the racist ish that he said. Okay, if it's about Drake being with underage, wait, Dr. Dre ain't innocent. So what is this really about? You got to understand that some of these songs have little double entendre, dual messages, the subliminal messages that you don't really pick up on. Because ever since there's been a lot of this not like us talk. And when they're saying not like us, they're thinking not like US. They want to have you like the Hulkamaniacs, USA, USA. That's how they want you to be. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't support where you choose to live. But you got to understand. See why who's that person up in here trying to high spirit of justice? Who said she's not beautiful? Who said she was ugly? Who said she was ugly? I don't think anybody and I'm not the one even who would even call her a tether. In fact, she could easily pass for a black person who just likes lighter skin. But going by what he would say, but yeah, they want you to latch on and attach to this. Yeah, why? Yeah, okay. Drake may have grew up in Canada, but his daddy is still a black American man, right? He is a man, if it's about lineage, right? Because if it's about lineage and not just ethnicity, then what makes Drake any less? If we have to consider Peanut, what makes Drake any less FBA if it's really about lineage? Right? Regardless of his ethnicity. Yeah, just give him. I'll tell you what I'm eating. But yeah, Mr. B, who is this Mr. B dog? I don't think you trolled him. But yeah, we are. The thing is, how do we find who our people are? Yeah, I definitely believe our people are in India. The city people though, but not all the dark people of India, but more specifically, the city people of India. And although we are diverse, you could tell when you see us still. We do still have a look. These are the city people of India. Now, the more indigenous Dravidian people of India may be even darker than, many of these people. Yeah, the city people of India. Another picture. I believe that these males are definitely E1B1A. And we know the history of how they got into India. Yeah, so our people, we've definitely been scattered, but not all. But there are people in India that are even darker, indigenous people, even darker than these people, than many of these people, but they're not necessarily us. I believe that now I believe in the people, the more indigenous Dravidian people. I believe that they're descendants of perhaps Elamite and perhaps Cushite, descendants of Shem and Ham, Elam, Cush. But that's why I do want to just break down. But there's so many haplogroups, it would take me forever. That's why it would be really hard for me to get started on that. Because I know it would take me forever. But I got to tell myself, even if I think that's my problem. I'm trying to talk about too much at one time when I need to just just as I did with my Ancient Egypt series. I don't know why I don't have it in me to just do it like that anymore. I think I just gotten so lazy when it comes to editing and all of that, because I used to be eager to jump on these things. But you know what? My live streaming time, I think, is up anyway. So, yeah. So I may have no choice if I, because I do feel that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. As much as I like to sit back, chill, forget about YouTube, I do feel spiritually like I'm supposed to be sharing this information, even if only 5 people see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's what I'm supposed to be doing, or else I have to deal with judgment myself. And of course, that's what I want to do. I don't want to make, sound like, so please check it out. May not be doing these live streams because I want to pull your attention and not, and I know I'm taking too long with these live streams. Yeah. And I want to keep your attention. I don't want to push you away by, so let me get out of here. Don't expect me, as much as I like to talk about music and chill. I wasn't even supposed to do the live stream I did last night. That was totally on impulse. We are in serious times right now. And, we got to correct the misinformation. Okay. I told you what I believe the agenda is. I believe that this is part of an agenda to support Trump. And I'm not saying that the Democratic Party is right. I think they're all in on this. It's not even so much just about Trump, but the agenda. Okay. And they have to, when they boil down to it, just as they need white support, white majority support, they also need our support. And they have to feel okay with going into these African nations, finding reasons, kidnap, whether it's kidnap Nigerian girls or whatever reason. I believe I question who's actually behind even some of these terrorist groups. This is my belief. I have a right to my belief. Yeah. But whatever reason to go into these African nations, especially now that you have these nations pulling away from Western world influences and control, like with what's happened with the cutting off of Burkina Faso, cutting off of France. Yes, you have the whole thing with those becoming allies, a part of BRICS, all that's going on right now. And some of this is, I believe, definitely Bible prophecy. I don't think that the Western world, I don't think that they're going to be as successful with their plans. Okay, I think they're also I think they're underestimating Iran. So you got to consider, what is it that you're really latching on to? Yeah. So I'll get back with y'all later. Much peace and much love, family.